Chapter 125. When he left the Dark Mantle, Han Shuo gave Chester some instructions and told him to wait for his news. Han Shuo didn't linger after exiting the Dark Mantle and returned to the academy. When he was about to arrive at the academy, he got off the car and walked to the graveyard behind the mountain, entering the mausoleum that led to the Cemetery of Death. He didn't return to the Cemetery of Death from this place. Han Shuo rubbed his space ring and took out the brain-shaped fruit of Dagmar. Han Shuo used a special container to seal the 3 fruits of Dagmar. Han Shuo took out one of the fruits of Dagmar and observed it for a moment. He discovered that this fruit of Dagmar wasn't outstanding on the outside, and looked a bit ugly. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged and hesitated for a moment before swallowing the fruit of Dagmar that was only a bit bigger than a fist. It tasted a bit bitter and hard to chew. Compared to normal fruits, this fruit of Dagmar was quite unpleasant to eat. When Han Shuo had completely swallowed the fruit of Dagmar, he immediately circulated his magical yuan and started circulating it, slowly condensing it towards his head. Nothing out of the ordinary happened in the beginning, but after a while, Han Shuo slowly began to feel that something wasn't right. Waves of strange whirlpool-like energy emanated from his abdomen, rising from his lower abdomen and spinning towards his head. This strange whirlpool-like energy caused a piercing pain that seeped into the bone wherever it passed. Even with the tenacity of Han Shuo's body and the firmness of his will, he still felt that it was a bit unbearable. When these waves of strange energy flowed into Han Shuo's head, Han Shuo's mind was greatly shaken, as if hundreds of cannonballs had exploded at the same time. Booms continuously rang out in his head. Along with the ferocious roars was a bone-piercing pain in his brain. After his brain had been developed by magical yuan, the sensitivity of his 5 senses had greatly increased. Han Shuo could feel that the patterns on both sides of his brain seemed to be filled to the brim with this whirlpool-like power. It was somewhat similar to Han Shuo's expansion of meridians. Because of the fruit of Dagmar, Han Shuo's brain was being developed bit by bit in a miraculous manner. This process was so strange and mysterious that even Han Shuo himself didn't know what was happening. The intense pain had already completely submerged Han Shuo. If it were an ordinary person, they would basically become an idiot or a lunatic under the intense stimulation of the brain. This was because the human brain was the most complicated thing in the world. Any abnormal change in the brain could cause an earth-shattering change in a person. This kind of bone-piercing pain that penetrated deep into the human heart would immediately cause a normal person to go insane and never recover. Even someone as mentally tough as Han Shuo, under the effects of the fruit of Dagmar and the constant protection of the magical yuan, was tormented to the point of hovering between life and death. Others would have no choice but to die. His entire body trembling, Han Shuo sat cross-legged, sweat pouring down like rain. A roar that hadn't been released in a long time once again erupted from Han Shuo's mouth uncontrollably. In the end, the ground Han Shuo sat on was drenched in sweat. His originally low roars gradually weakened, and his lips trembled just like his body. After maintaining this position for a long time, Han Shuo fell stiffly onto the moist ground, falling into unconsciousness in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo slowly woke up. When he woke up, Han Shuo felt a splitting headache, and his entire body ached. Raising his head and moving his body, Han Shuo's heart was immediately filled with ecstasy. In the dusky tomb, Han Shuo could even clearly see the minute veins on the stone slab a few meters above his head. Although Han Shuo's vision had always been very clear, the feeling now was even more magical. Han Shuo almost didn't dare believe it in that moment. When he observed his surroundings, Han Shuo's amazement overflowed when he discovered that he could clearly see everything within the dusky tomb if he looked closely. His 2 eyes seemed to have become magnifying glasses, and when he slowly and casually gazed at something a few meters away, the distance seemed to be pulled closer bit by bit. What was originally a small dot would slowly be magnified, and finally, Han Shuo could see it with incomparable clarity. This feeling was quite peculiar, and Han Shuo understood that this was definitely due to the effects of the fruit of Dagmar. If he couldn't immediately consume the fruit of Dagmar again, then Han Shuo would have wanted nothing more than to consume the remaining 2. In his ecstasy, Han Shuo sat down and meditated for a while. Indeed, he discovered that the concentration and circulation speed of his mental strength had also greatly increased. In this way, the speed at which Han Shuo obtained mental strength through meditation could be further increased. When using magic against others and his mental strength was exhausted, Han Shuo's recovery speed through meditation would definitely be far greater than that of an ordinary person. This meant that whether it was training or fighting, Han Shuo would be able to obtain a faster tempo than ordinary mages. The overjoyed Han Shuo didn't continue to stay here. Now that he felt that his mental strength had improved, Han Shuo decided to continue advancing to the next level of necromancy magic. By now, Han Shuo had completely grasped and could skillfully use the basic necromancy magic. As his mental strength increased, Han Shuo was confident that he would be able to make breakthroughs even faster. It looked like it wouldn't be a difficult task to advance to an adept mage and graduate from the necromancy major in a short period of time. When Han Shuo had been injured a few days ago, he'd studied the intermediate level magic by himself for a few days. Han Shuo was still a bit unfamiliar with some of the knowledge within. Now that he'd returned, it looked like it was time to ask Fanny for an explanation. After crawling out of the tomb, the outside was covered in silver. The sky was bright and it had actually snowed heavily. The heavy snow enveloped the scenery in all directions, turning it into a world of white snow as far as the eye could see. The cold wind blew down, and his originally wet body suddenly felt a bit cold. In this world of ice and snow, Han Shuo changed out of his wet clothes and faced the world of silver naked. After looking into the distance, his vision greatly increased. If Han Shuo's eyes could be said to have the effect of a magnifying glass when he was in the tomb, then when he walked out of the tomb and gazed into the distance, Han Shuo's eyes continuously expanded. It was as if he'd gained the function of a telescope, taking in the scenery from extremely far away. The hissing sounds of a few small animals in the surrounding trees, as well as the sound of the wind blowing in the surroundings, were all so clear under the careful listening of Han Shuo. It was so miraculous that Han Shuo almost couldn't help but want to howl out loud. Although Han Shuo's current physical body didn't fear the changing seasons at all, in order to not appear too out of the ordinary, Han Shuo still took out a new set of thicker clothes from his space ring and changed into them. He wrapped up his naked body and walked in the direction of the necromancy major. Under the cover of the heavy snow, the scenery had a unique charm. Bits and pieces of his time with Fanny constantly surfaced in Han Shuo's mind as he walked. However, every time he thought of his current relationship with Emily, Han Shuo didn't quite dare face Fanny. As soon as he arrived at the Dark Major, ear-splitting shouts immediately sounded in Han Shuo's ears. The voices were filled with excitement and shouts, as if some grand banquet was being held. Han Shuo was stunned and didn't know what was happening. Because there were many buildings in the way to the Dark Major, Han Shuo couldn't see anything with his astonishing eyesight. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo didn't need to release the original demons to observe, so he quickened his footsteps and quickly walked over. The Dark Major's plaza was filled with numerous teachers and students. There were students of the Dark Major and Necromancy Major, as well as teachers and students of other magic majors. There were even a few knights and swordsmen mixed in. It was an extremely bustling scene. After accommodating over 100 people, the enormous plaza also seemed a bit crowded. Many of the students on the periphery squeezed in with all their might. There were even a few dirty fellows who stared at some of the female students and did their best to lean on them, causing light shouts and screams to ring out. After arriving here, Han Shuo had originally planned on using the original demons to spy, but he felt strong magical pulses in the surroundings. It looked like a magical boundary had been set up in the plaza. It wouldn't be good if he accidentally let the original demons collide with the magical boundary and attract the attention of others. Therefore, after only a moment's hesitation, Han Shuo didn't release the original demons. Instead, he relied on his tough physical body and similarly squeezed in. Under Han Shuo's forceful squeeze, the few thunder mages in front of him glared angrily at Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo didn't care at all and ignored them as he forced his way through. The gap between these people's thin and weak bodies and Han Shuo's wasn't small. They were easily pushed aside by Han Shuo and forced a path in. His extraordinary vision came into play at this moment. Han Shuo saw Lisa in front of him and immediately pushed aside the others around him, squeezing his way towards Lisa. Along the way, everyone frowned and cursed under their breath. When he reached Lisa's side, Han Shuo saw a wretched-looking swordsman staring shiftily at Lisa's now towering breasts, attempting to get closer to Lisa and take advantage of the situation. Now that Han Shuo had arrived inside, he discovered that a magical boundary had been set up in the plaza. A group of people seemed to be in the middle of a magical contest. No wonder it had attracted the attention of all parties. Lisa was paying full attention to the exciting fight in the plaza, and would shout loudly from time to time. She was just as excited as Amy and Athena beside her, and didn't care about the prying eyes of others at all. The swordsman finally made it to Lisa's side with great difficulty. He stared at Lisa's breasts with a lustful look, licking his face as he moved closer, wanting to take advantage of the situation. With a bang, Han Shuo suddenly appeared midway and abruptly rammed into the swordsman who was trying to get close to Lisa. He directly pushed the swordsman into the crowd of male wind mages behind him, receiving a round of curses and a few vicious punches in the back. Han Shuo then smiled merrily at the swordsman who had just come to a stop in the distance. He stood contentedly next to Lisa, and even purposefully rammed forward, leaning against Lisa's back. The swordsman, who was about to succeed, showed an angry and gloomy expression when Han Shuo did this. He raised his middle finger at Han Shuo from afar, and mouthed to Han Shuo, "You cut the line." Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo had a proud look on his face, and also slowly mouthed, "How about it?" Rolling his eyes, the swordsman felt a bit helpless. His eyes darted around in a circle, and he intended to search for another target. It was at this moment that Lisa suddenly exerted force from the back of her elbow and suddenly bombarded Han Shuo's chest, catching Han Shuo off guard. However, an attack of this level was basically useless against Han Shuo's body. However, the swordsman on the other side immediately showed an expression of schadenfreude, and looked excitedly at Han Shuo, preparing to be unlucky. "Humph, another blind guy coming over to take advantage of me. How annoying!" Lisa called out in an impatient low voice, and then turned her head to glare angrily over. However, when she saw that it was actually Han Shuo, she immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression, and hastily asked Han Shuo, "Why are you back?" I didn't know it was you. Did I hurt you just now?" Seeing that the guy on the other side was gloating and waiting for him to be unlucky, Han Shuo pretended to rub his chest, showing an expression that seemed to be in great pain. Lisa was greatly shocked, and immediately reached out her small hand in a panic, rubbing Han Shuo's chest. Because it was already crowded here, Lisa was already pressed against Han Shuo's chest when she did this. The swordsman, who'd been waiting to see Han Shuo's misfortune, was immediately flabbergasted when he saw this situation occur. A proud smile hung on Han Shuo's face, and he mouthed to the swordsman in the distance, "I'm awesome, aren't I?" The swordsman didn't say anything else, and stuck his thumb out at Han Shuo from afar, indicating that he admired Han Shuo's awesomeness. He then turned his head and fixed his eyes on the other girl, squeezing through the crowd again. It looked like he wanted to try and see if he could have the same romantic encounter as Han Shuo. By this time, Han Shuo could already clearly see the battle taking place in the plaza. Therefore, he watched the fight between the dark major students and the light major students, and searched for traces of Fanny in the crowd. Chapter 126. Every winter, according to tradition, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force would host a competition between schools. The winners would receive generous prizes to motivate the students to study even harder. This was the time when the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was at its busiest. The competition between the various majors was no longer just for the prizes, but also concerned the reputation of a major and the teachers' faces. Even the future of the teachers of each major was tightly linked to this competition. Therefore, at this time every year, all the faculties would send out their strongest students to participate in this competition. On one hand, it was for the sake of the students themselves, and on the other hand, it was for the sake of the teachers of each faculty and their future status in the academy. The dark major and light major had always been sworn enemies, and had fought openly and covertly with each other for many years. The competition between the Dark Major and Light Major this time was for the sake of obtaining the title of First Major. This was why so many spectators had come. An enormous magical barrier enveloped the entire plaza. With the premise that no lives would be lost, the Dark Major and Light Major had each sent 5 people to participate. A good show was currently playing out in the plaza. Han Shua's gaze roamed all around, finally spotting Fanny sitting in the back corner amidst the row of teachers at the front desk. The stands had been raised a bit higher, and there were teachers of each major, including the dean. It looked like they were paying a great deal of attention to this time's competition. "Is there anyone from our necromancy major participating?" Lisa explained the situation to Han Shua. Han Shua was startled for a moment and then asked Lisa. Shaking her head, Lisa said, "Our necromancy major is a branch of the Dark Major. Because the Dark Major teachers and students are afraid that we'll drag them down, they didn't even count us in this time's competition. Therefore, it's been the Dark Major students fighting from beginning to end, and our necromancy major doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. So that's how it is. Who do you think will win this time, Light Major or Dark Major?" Han Shua stared at the 2 people in the center of the plaza and asked casually. "I don't know. The Dark Major and Light Major have always been the 2 strongest majors in the academy. For so many years, the 2 departments had taken turns to obtain the title of the number 1 department in the academy, and no department had been able to keep winning. The Dark Major obtained victory last year, but the team leader of the Dark Major has already graduated and left, while the person from the Light Major is still here. I think the Dark Major is in a bit of danger this time." Lisa observed the situation in the plaza and explained to Han Shua. "AI, it's a pity that there's nothing about our necromancy major. For so many years, the Dark Major has always excluded us in every competition. Although Master Fanny and Master Jean have worked very hard, because of this, their status in the academy has been deteriorating day by day. Look, Master Fanny can only sit in the last row, and Master Jean doesn't even dare appear here because he's afraid that others will laugh at him. Our necromancy major has really failed," Amy said dejectedly, shaking her head. "There's nothing we can do about it. The dark creatures that our necromancy major summons are naturally countered by light magic. Without the help of summoned creatures, it's very difficult for necromancers to gain the upper hand against light major attacks. It's no wonder that Master Fanny can only helplessly accept the Dark Major's arrangements and not let us participate, because that's just asking for trouble." Athena was similarly dejected as she chatted idly with Amy. The plaza wasn't completely flat and unobstructed. On the contrary, there were all sorts of fake mountains and trees placed in the spacious plaza, and uneven ravines had been added to the ground. Because they wanted the students to get used to the real environment, the battlefield was a bit more complicated. At this moment, the 5 Dark Major and Light Major students were in the plaza, using fake trees and strange rocks to conceal their bodies. They would occasionally take the opportunity to attack each other and then use the terrain to retreat or regroup with their teammates. The plaza that was protected by an enormous magical barrier appeared to be dimly lit. It looked like this effect was also purposefully made to facilitate better teamwork. Both sides were testing each other out at this moment and hadn't truly clashed yet. Suddenly, a member of the Dark Major suddenly clutched his stomach and collapsed. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and his face was deathly white. Dark Archmage Deo's face abruptly changed when he saw this happen. He immediately said to Dean Emma, "Dean, Phyllide seems to be feeling unwell. I'd like to pause the match and take a look at the situation." Space Grand Magus Emma also looked with a bit of astonishment at Phyllide who'd fallen to the ground. She seemed to find it strange that Phyllide would suddenly collapse before the true battle had even begun. She nodded when she heard Deo's words, "Let's pause for a moment and see what's going on with Deo." Emma then waved her hand and the enormous magical barrier suddenly lit up. The other Dark Major students brought the pained Phyllide in front of Deo. Dark Archmage Deo and a few other Dark Major teachers surrounded Phyllide and examined him. In the end, Deo's face darkened as he said to Emma, "Dean, Phyllide ate some food that he shouldn't have. I don't think he can participate in the competition this time." Oh my gosh, what's going on? Apparently, Phyllide is about to graduate as well and is about to become an adept mage in the Dark Major. He's currently the captain of the Dark Major and has the highest strength. If he suddenly can't compete, then the Dark Major has even less hope this time. Athena looked at Phyllide's pale face from afar and said with some worry. Lisa nodded and said, yes, the Light Major's Qilong was the captain of the Light Major last year. It's said that Qilong already has the strength of an adept mage, but he's purposefully delayed his advancement for this time's match. Originally, Phyllide would have been able to put up a fight, but now that something like this has happened, it looks like the Dark Major has no hope at all. Han Shua's ears were sharp as he watched Emma and the others in the distance. He could clearly hear Emma and Dao's conversation. Because of Phyllide's problem, Dao tried to convince Dean Emma to postpone the match for a few days. However, Emma used the Academy's rules as a reason and refused Dao's suggestion. She only agreed to have Dao send out another Dark Major student to fight in Phyllide's place. An enraged Dao argued with Emma in a shrill voice, saying that this was a conspiracy and insisting that Emma changed the schedule of the match. It was a pity that Archmage Dao was only a Dark Major teacher after all and naturally couldn't compare to Dean Emma. Dao, who was unable to convince Emma, said furiously, since this is the case, then we won't compete. Others can say whatever they want this time. Master Dao, please be mindful of your status. Although a bit of an accident has occurred, I hope you don't want to change the Academy's traditions. Please find a replacement for this time's match and smoothly finish it. Emma, who had always had a kind expression, was obviously a bit angry as she stared at Dao and said solemnly. Emma was able to sit in the position of Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force not only because she herself was a Space Grand Magus, but also because she also possessed an unquestionable dignity. Dao was immediately dumbfounded when such a serious warning left her mouth. Thinking for a moment with a darkened face, Dao turned to look at Fanny in the corner and said, Master Fanny, the Necromancy Major has never participated in so many years of matches. I'm thinking that the Necromancy Major should also send out someone to take Phyllide's place and continue the match this time. Fanny, who had been sitting in the back row and looking expressionlessly at the surrounding situation, immediately started when she heard Dao's words. She then suddenly reacted and her charming face changed color, full of anger as she said, Master Dao, what do you mean by this? Anyone who understood could see that Dao was purposefully saying this to Fanny because Phyllide had left and he knew that he had no way of winning. Adding to that his anger towards Dean Emma, Dao had purposefully said this to her. Even if he lost this way, those with discerning eyes could see that Dao's actions were completely because he was in a bad mood. After all, the Necromancy Major was famed for being weak. If Dao wanted to fight, he wouldn't choose the Necromancy Major. Dao's actions were obviously looking down on the Necromancy Major, and could even be said to be an insult. Master Fanny, as a part of the Dark Major, the Necromancy Major should also put in some effort for the Dark Major, don't you think so? A Dark Major teacher on the side naturally understood Dao's meaning and spoke up after thinking for a moment. Some of the teachers next to Fanny looked at Fanny, rejoicing in her misfortune. Of course, there were also some who revealed looks of sympathy. However, the Necromancy Major was famed for being weak, so no one expressed anything. Most of them looked like they were watching a good show. Why didn't you think of the Necromancy Major normally? You've found someone to be your shield at this time, yet you've thought of our Major. I don't agree with this. Without the Necromancy Major students participating, Fanny's face had already lost all light. She had only hoped that the match would end quickly, so that she wouldn't have to endure the ridicule and sympathy of others. Who would have thought that she would be insulted by Dao in the end? This immediately triggered Fanny's temper. Han Shua was well aware that Fanny was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Under normal circumstances, Fanny would treat others with a smile and wouldn't argue with others. However, once someone crossed her bottom line, Fanny wouldn't show any weakness and would resist. This time, Dao had obviously crossed Fanny's bottom line. The conversations of the teachers in the stands weren't able to be transmitted to this side. Lisa and the others were all baffled and didn't know why Fanny had suddenly stood up in anger. When they heard Han Shua explain with a dark face, they were all enraged and cursed Deo for his shamelessness. His strong body was put to good use at this moment, pushing aside anyone who stood in his way. Han Shuo walked to the stands amidst the students' curses and suddenly said in a loud voice, "Master Fanny, I wish to fight in Philite's place. I hope you will allow me." Seeing Fanny being insulted, Han Shuo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He shouted with a serious face, his voice loud and clear, traveling far and wide from the stands. The surroundings of the plaza were silent for a moment, and then immediately exploded into a huge hubbub. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered on Han Shuo's side, brimming with curiosity and excitement, as if they wanted to figure out what was going on. Who is this person? He's got some guts. Humph, he's overestimating himself. Even Philide knows that he's no match for our major and pretended to be sick to withdraw. To think that someone would invite humiliation. Isn't that our major's Brian? When did he return? Chatter and chatter immediately rang through the entire plaza. All the teachers, students, and teachers looked curiously at Han Shuo, and inquired about Han Shuo's background and identity from the people around them. Fanny started and her eyes sparkled when she saw Han Shuo appear. A beautiful smile blossomed on her enraged face as she said softly to Han Shuo, "Forget it. Can't you see that someone is purposefully using us as a shield?" Nodding, Han Shuo looked at the nonchalant Deo with a dark face and said to Fanny, "I know, but I still want to give it a try. Our necromancy major has been quiet for so long, it's time for us to appear in everyone's eyes." The competition this time concerned the status of the teachers in the future. As a teacher of the necromancy major, Fanny was now being framed by Deo and the others. Han Shuo naturally wouldn't allow this to continue. Han Shuo's resolute gaze seemed to reveal some sort of message. Fanny looked dazedly at Han Shuo for a few seconds and finally nodded. She said to Deo, "All right, I agree to your request. Let him fight in Philite's place." After a while, Han Shuo's identity was quickly revealed through the necromancy major students. His experiences from his life as an errand boy to the dark forest were known to all the teachers and students in the plaza in a short amount of time. In particular, the old witch Camilla's mouth revealed the anecdotes of Fanny and Han Shuo being in the same room late at night, and Han Shuo being in Fanny's bed. This filled everyone's imaginations with endless fanciful thoughts. The sounds of discussion grew louder and louder, and everyone's gazes on Han Shuo became more and more heated. "It's decided then. He'll replace Philide and immediately fight the light major. Go up and make a gesture. It won't take too much time if it ends early." Deo nodded and said to Fanny. Chapter 127. Under Deo's cold gaze, Han Shuo nodded woodenly and didn't say much. He only looked deeply at Fanny and walked towards the magical boundary within the plaza. When he arrived next to Dean Emma, Emma looked kindly at Han Shuo and asked kindly, "You're called Brian?" Han Shuo started and looked suspiciously at Dean Emma, saying, "That's right, how did you know?" "Haha, of course I know you. You were the one who contributed greatly to the necromancy major in the dark forest. Go in and have a good fight. You're a pretty good fellow." Emma looked merrily at Han Shuo and said slowly. Han Shuo felt that Emma's words seemed to have another meaning from Emma's gaze, but Han Shuo didn't understand what Emma meant. He didn't pursue the matter and nodded politely to Dean Emma, walking towards the plaza. After Emma opened the magical boundary, Han Shuo, the dark major group, and the 5 light major students all walked into the plaza. Han Shuo suddenly discovered that the interior was vastly different from what he saw from the outside as soon as he entered. Although the interior of the plaza felt dimly lit from the outside, he could still make out the general outlines of everything within. However, when Han Shuo walked in himself, he discovered that the interior of the plaza was much darker than the outside. There was even a faint mist curling around the surroundings. The existence of all sorts of trees, fake mountains, and ravines made the entire plaza seem like a battlefield with many obstacles. Han Shuo didn't dare release the original demons within the magical boundary. After all, there were many observers outside. Not only were there archmages of various majors, but there was also Dean Emma, who was a space grand magus. With so many strong people watching and the existence of the boundary, Han Shuo didn't dare risk releasing the original demons. But even without the use of the original demons, Han Shuo, whose brain had been developed, wasn't affected by the mist and darkness in the slightest. His hearing and eyesight were far superior to any of the other students present. Using his eyesight, Han Shuo discovered that the group of 5 from the light department, led by Qilong, seemed to be setting up something. On the other hand, the 4 members of the dark faction hung their heads dejectedly, as if they were only willing to fight after bracing themselves. Come to think of it, after losing Fred, they knew from Dior's conversation that Dior had given up on this battle. Letting them fight was just a formality. Of course, they didn't want to go on stage and lose face in a battle that they were bound to lose, but they couldn't disobey Dior's orders. It was no wonder that they were dejected and had no morale. From the moment they entered the arena, the group of 4 from the Dark Major hadn't discussed any details of the fight with Han Shuo. It looked like they really did plan on doing as Dao had said and just casually came up. Han Shuo was standing next to the 4 of them, so he didn't say anything when he saw their expressions. He only chanted a series of magical incantations, summoning a few little skull and zombie warriors. As Han Shuo chanted, the speed at which the little skull and zombie warriors appeared was a bit faster than usual. 6 skeletal warriors and 3 zombie warriors appeared in the arena in the blink of an eye. There seemed to be no gap between them, and their speed was surprisingly fast. Oh, this fellow's speed of summoning incantations is surprisingly fast. So many summoned creatures have appeared in the blink of an eye. The crowd of onlookers were filled with magic students and teachers from all over. They naturally understood that the speed at which a spell was chanted had to be in perfect harmony with the speed at which mental strength was condensed. If the gap between 2 spells was very short, that meant that the speed at which mental strength was condensed was also very fast. Therefore, when they saw Han Shuo summon so many dark creatures so quickly, they all revealed astonished looks. Even Dean Emma's eyes lit up as she looked at Han Shuo, full of interest, as if very curious about what Han Shuo was preparing to do. Light magic is the bane of dark creatures. Rather than wasting mental strength to summon dark creatures, he might as well save it for necromancy magic. A dark major teacher said mockingly as he looked at Han Shuo. Fanny was sitting next to him, and these words were obviously meant for Fanny to hear. Fanny's face turned angry as she snorted softly, but she didn't say anything. Han Shuo couldn't help but be secretly delighted after summoning these skeletal warriors and zombie warriors. Han Shuo could feel that summoning so many dark creatures in the past had expended quite a bit of mental strength. However, after summoning so many dark creatures this time, Han Shuo felt that the mental strength expenditure was almost negligible. This meant that because of the effects of the fruit, Han Shuo's mental strength had also increased in passing. The delighted Han Shuo once again chanted necromancy magic, and a few more skeletal warriors and zombie warriors appeared on the ground, as well as a few ghouls. When summoning these dark creatures, Han Shuo had already left the dark major students by himself and arrived at the leftmost corner of the plaza. There were fake mountains and fake trees in the surroundings, and there was also the lingering mist. Therefore, the light major and dark major students couldn't see what Han Shuo was doing. After the dark creatures had come out, they brandished the weapons in their hands according to Han Shuo's orders and quickly started setting up traps. Rope after rope was used to dig a bigger and deeper trench, setting up a trap. The skeletal warriors used bone knives to work quickly, while the ghouls quickly moved the soil and piled it up in front, forming a wall that blocked people from entering. Then, the zombie warriors used the wooden sticks in their hands to pound the loose soil into a thicker layer. The 3 types of dark creatures began to methodically work together under the control of Han Shuo's mental strength. Under the watchful eyes of the teachers and students of the various majors outside the plaza, he openly set up the sinister traps, as if he were a calm hunter on the hunt. In the beginning, everyone had been waiting to watch a joke, but when they saw so many dark creatures come out and quickly get to work setting up the traps, their expressions changed from amusement to caution. As long as a necromancer's mental strength is strong enough, they can summon an endless stream of dark creatures. Only a necromancer can use large amounts of dark creatures to complete some projects that require large amounts of manual labor. This advantage is something that no other major can compare to. This kid's methods make full use of the necromancy major's advantage of being able to use dark creatures. His mind is quite nimble. I think that the match this time will be a bit interesting. Dean Emma smiled faintly as she flicked a glance at Deo of the Dark Major. Snorting lightly, Deo's expression was still cold as he said, "Once these traps are set up, people will only fall for them if they want to lure them in. I think that this necromancy kid will have a hard time accomplishing this. When he appears in front of the Light Major student's door, a wave of magical attacks will be enough to take him down. Then all the traps he set up will be useless." As he spoke, Deo couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. He thought that if he'd instructed the other four to work together with Han Shuo earlier, they might have been able to lure the Light Major students into the traps. Perhaps an accident really would have happened. It was a pity that the match had officially begun at this time and Deo had no way to go about it no matter how much he regretted it. He could only coldly observe everything that was happening in the plaza. Fanny's bright eyes focused on Han Shuo's body, not relaxing for even a moment. She didn't even pay attention to the mocking and ridicule of those around her. Some people say that a man is the most charming when he's doing something seriously. At this moment, Han Shuo's expression was calm, his movements unhurried, and the corners of his mouth even carried a calm self-confidence. Add to that the fact that Han Shuo's current actions were all for Fanny, so the current Han Shuo did indeed have an inexplicable and wonderful attraction for Fanny. Because of the magical boundary, the noise and scenery outside the plaza were all blocked out when he entered the plaza. Therefore, after Han Shuo entered, he couldn't see anything outside of the magical boundary. The dark creatures were still busily working. Having given the order, Han Shuo began to walk in the shadows of the large trees and fake mountains. He was like a shadow, silently approaching the center of the Light Major and Dark Major students. Han Shuo's movements weren't big, and he didn't deliberately display his agility or speed. However, Han Shuo's vision of the scenery, as well as his control of the various gaps, had already reached a godly level. Between the shadows of the large trees and fake mountains, there would usually be a bright area that needed to be passed through. As long as the other students paid a little attention, they would be able to see someone passing through. When these students walked, they would constantly turn their heads to observe their surroundings. Usually, the instant they shifted their gazes or just happened to blink, Han Shuo would suddenly pass through the two shadows. This kind of momentary gap was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for most people. It could even be said to be a godly skill. However, the current Han Shuo had truly done it. Therefore, no one was able to discover any traces of Han Shuo, who had been moving stealthily in the shadows, all the way to the fake mountains in the center of the Light Major and Dark Major students. The teachers and students observing from the outside were also very curious as to why they didn't seem to notice Han Shuo when he was slowly approaching them. This strange phenomenon made them feel that something was off. However, Emma and the other archmages with her astonishing eyesight all noticed this anomaly at the same time. Emma's eyes lit up, but she didn't say anything. However, the Wind and Water archmages exchanged a look of shock. They hadn't been paying much attention to him before, but they instantly focused their attention on Han Shuo. Deo's face darkened even more. He hadn't thought that Han Shuo would have such exaggerated judgment and eyesight. His gaze involuntarily flickered to Fanny behind him as he was shocked. He didn't know if Han Shuo's miraculous abilities had been taught to him by Fanny. Han Shuo had stopped in the shadows of a fake mountain, his body frozen in place. The Light Major students spread out and stood up, their footsteps light and slow as they paid attention to their surroundings. They slowly approached the Dark Major and even used the surrounding trees and fake mountains to conceal their tracks. It looked like they hadn't underestimated their enemy because of Philide's retreat. On the other hand, the four Dark Major students lazily approached the center with sullen expressions. Their mouths were constantly grumbling, as if expressing the grievances in their hearts. In their current state, they would probably be defeated in the first wave of Light Major attacks. Suddenly, A light major student approached Han Shua's side and set his eyes on the fake mountain in the shadows where Han Shua was hiding. He kept an eye on the direction the dark major student would appear in as he approached Han Shua's fake mountain without any precautions. This light major student was about 10 steps away from the person closest to him. When he first arrived, he glanced at the surroundings of the fake mountain. When he didn't see anything out of the ordinary, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He let down his guard and walked in. Han Shua's body seemed to have merged into one with the shadows. He stood there as still as a boulder. The spectators outside all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the light major student approach Han Shua's shadow. The entire area suddenly became deathly silent. Suddenly, Han Shua, who was in the shadows of the fake mountain, was like a demon hidden in the darkness. A pair of demonic arms suddenly spread out, one hand covering the light major's mouth and the other suddenly grabbing onto his body, dragging the light major student into the darkness. While the light major student's face was filled with shock, Han Shua punched the back of his head. The light major student's body went limp and he immediately fainted. In the darkness, Han Shua dragged the light major student into the shadows and quickly changed their clothes. Soon after, he openly walked out of the shadows and slowly approached the center. The 5 light major students were about 10 steps away from each other, just enough for them to see the person next to them. But because of the fog and darkness, they could only determine who they were from their clothes and couldn't clearly see their faces. Adding to the fact that their winter clothes were thicker and their bodies were a little bloated, Han Shua's appearance didn't attract anyone's attention. It was a pity that the teachers and students outside the plaza had seen everything that had happened. The clamor outside had already reached a frenzied state. The necromancy major's entourage had suddenly become the main characters at this moment. Lisa and the others' crazed cries sounded so high even in the noisy plaza. My gosh, unbelievable. He can actually take down someone just like that. The 5 light major students have been observing for a long time. How could they not have noticed his approach? How is this possible? He's now a member of the light major. I think the light major's in big trouble this time. A teammate next to them has suddenly become a ticking time bomb and no one knows about it. This is quite interesting. Incredulous discussions rose and fell. The students still found it a bit hard to believe, but the truth was right in front of them and they had no choice but to believe it. Master Fanny, this student of yours is quite interesting. Beside her, Dao's aloof face had softened quite a bit. He looked at Fanny, who also had a normal expression, but her eyebrows were twitching slightly and she was obviously suppressing her excitement. Feeling a wave of comfort in her heart, Fanny flicked a cold glance at Dao and said mockingly, "How could I? I just had someone make up the numbers. Master Dao overpraises me." Dao didn't say much after being deflated. His expression was also a bit nervous as his gaze swept around the plaza, paying attention to the subsequent developments. Fanny's heart was filled with joy at this moment. Because of the weakness of her major, Fanny had always suffered the mockery and sarcasm of others. Now, because of Han Shua's rise to prominence, the gazes of others on her were full of surprise and incredulity. Dao didn't even retort when people ridiculed him. This made Fanny's heart overflow with joy. Everyone had their vanity, especially Fanny, who was often struck down by others. Now that the situation had suddenly reversed, Fanny's joy and comfort were 100 times more intense. When she looked at Han Shua again, she felt that he was pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a sweet smile. Within the arena, Han Shua naturally didn't know that his performance had already caused a huge uproar outside the arena. He calmly and heavily strode forward, slowly approaching the center with the other 4 light major students. The 4 dark major students gradually appeared from another direction. They were also in a loose formation, maintaining a suitable distance between each other. When they saw the 5 light major students, the 4 dark major students' footsteps abruptly halted. 2 sleeping spells and 2 hand of darkness spells were chanted from the mouths of the 4 dark major students. The 2 sleeping spells formed a ring and floated towards Han Shua and the light major students on the other side. 2 enormous palms also suddenly formed in the dusky sky, grabbing towards the other two light major students. The captain of the light major, Qilong, coldly watched all of this with indifference, because not a single one of the dark major's attacks landed on him. Perhaps they themselves knew that these moves were ineffective against Qilong. Han Shuo also suffered the attack of a sleeping spell. At this moment, his body slanted and he quickly took a few steps, already dodging the dark major student's sleeping spells. The student standing next to Han Shuo didn't panic even after the hand of darkness appeared above his head. A radiant sword slash suddenly appeared, striking towards the hand of darkness in the air. At this moment, a bone spear appeared out of nowhere, followed closely by another bone spear, stabbing towards the radiant sword slash with lightning speed. Two popping sounds rang out as the bone spear and the radiant sword slash turned into white light and dissipated. At the same time, an agony of the soul spell appeared in front of the light major student along with the hand of darkness. The sudden change completely disrupted the light major student's thoughts. Before he could react, the agony of the soul spell had already landed on his body. Then, the hand of darkness suddenly wrapped around his body and grabbed him. "Dalon, what's wrong?" Qilong, who was in the distance, immediately exclaimed when he saw the situation and walked over. Dalon, who was next to Han Shuo, immediately reacted. Although Han Shuo's chanting had been extremely soft, the two of them were too close, so he could still hear it. At this moment, the anxious Dalon tried to warn Qilong to pay attention to Han Shuo. Unfortunately, Dalon, who was being held tightly by the hand of darkness, was panting more and more rapidly. In the distance, a dark major student excitedly cast the hand of darkness, and Dalon was knocked unconscious by the hand of darkness. Apart from this fainted one, the other light major students easily dealt with the dark major's attacks. Qilong, who didn't encounter any attacks, quickly approached Dalon, wanting to check on Dalon's condition. Between Han Shuo and Qilong was the unconscious Dalon. As Qilong moved, Han Shuo also approached the unconscious Dalon at the same time, seemingly wanting to see how Dalon was doing. The light major's captain, Qilong, was the first to approach Dalon. He had just squatted down and was about to check on Dalon's condition. 3 bone spears appeared one after another, followed by 2 bone arrows and an agony of the soul spell. Qilong, who was squatting down, suddenly got a shock. When he suddenly stood up, he finally saw Han Shuo's face. He couldn't help but yell, "Not good!" After he finished chanting an incantation, a light element shockwave was released from his chest in a semicircle. Several bone spears and bone arrows, as well as the agony of the soul spell, were destroyed in an instant. However, when the shock wave fell, a few more bone arrows followed closely behind. This gave Qilong a huge shock, and he hurriedly dodged backwards. The release of magic depended on the strength of one's mental strength and the speed at which they condensed. The time between 2 spells could be shortened, but in theory, the more powerful and destructive a spell that consumed a lot of mental strength, the longer the time between spells would be. For example, the bone arrows, which were very low-power spells, consumed very little mental strength, so the time between spells was very small. Looking at the current situation, after Qilong released the shock wave spell, he should need a buffer period to stop. Unfortunately, Han Shuo didn't give him any chance. The 3 bone arrows that flew out from behind made him a little flustered, and he didn't dodge in time and was shot in the buttocks. Billy is that guy from the necromancy major in disguise. This person is too sinister, let's take him down first. Qilong, who had been shot in the buttocks by a bone arrow, rubbed his buttocks and yelled loudly. The other 2 light major students who had dodged the dark major's attack only paused when they heard Qilong's yell. They immediately joined up with Qilong and attacked Han Shuo. At this moment, Han Shuo gave a long laugh and raised his voice, "Those who have fainted and fallen are already out. You 3 against the 5 of us, I think it won't be easy for you to win." Han Shuo didn't continue to stay in place after he'd spoken, and ran towards the trap that had been set up earlier with the speed that a normal mage should have. Qilong and the other 2 froze for a second, and then Qilong said resolutely, "Take down this guy first. The other 4 dark major students have lost their will to fight, so we'll take care of them last." The other two from the light major nodded at the same time when they heard Qilong's words, and rushed towards Han Shuo with Qilong. The remaining 4 dark major students looked at each other, and then one of them shouted, "Damn it, there's 5 of us now. What are the 3 of them afraid of? Let's take them out together." In this way, Han Shuo could be seen running forward with the 3 light major students chasing fiercely from behind. Behind Qilong and the other 2, the 4 dark major students chased fiercely after Qilong and the other 2, forming a strange scene. There was a hubbub of noise outside the arena at this moment. If one were to say that Han Shuo had just taken down someone in the shadows, then there was still some element of luck involved. However, when he fought with Qilong afterwards and used the speed of his magic release to injure Qilong's buttocks, this already proved that Han Shuo's strength was absolutely out of the ordinary. Add to that the fact that they'd seen the trap that Han Shuo had set up earlier, and now that they saw Han Shuo run in that direction, the onlookers immediately knew that Han Shuo was harboring some sinister intentions. "Oh, damn it, why is it like this?" Light Archmage Voigtlander, who'd always had the smile of victory in his grasp, couldn't help but groan at this moment. The appearance of this kind of situation was obviously completely outside of his expectations. "Master Fanny, this student of yours is quite impressive. Who would have thought that the necromancy major would have such a talent? It's truly inconceivable." All of a sudden, the attitudes of the teachers who'd often ridiculed Fanny suddenly changed, and they all spoke to Fanny with emotion. This moment was the most glorious and proud moment that Fanny had been in the necromancy major for so many years. Han Shuo's actions had won the respect of everyone for Fanny. Wild with joy, Fanny smiled slightly in a reserved manner and said faintly, "It's nothing much. Our necromancy major is full of talents, it's just that everyone keeps a low profile. Now you should know how shallow your previous knowledge was." When these words were spoken, the teachers on the side looked at each other in astonishment. They hadn't thought that because of Han Shuo's sudden rise, Fanny's aura would immediately rise as well. Chapter 128. Amidst the clamor outside the plaza, Han Shuo's body leapt through the wall that the zombie warriors had created earlier and landed on the flat ground behind it. A few steps behind Han Shuo was the trap that the skeletal warriors had dug. There were a few tree branches blocking the mouth of the trap, and the ghouls had covered the outside with mud. It looked very normal. The dark creatures that had completed their mission dispersed under Han Shuo's command, hiding behind the surrounding trees and fake mountains. Then, Han Shuo stood behind the earthen wall and once again released bone spears and bone arrows to attack the 3 light major students that were quickly approaching. "Humph, you're asking for trouble if you want to fight openly." Qilong approached and 2 radiant sword slashes flew out from the front, destroying the attacks that Han Shuo had shot at him. Then, together with the other 2 students, they quickly closed in on Han Shuo. The other 2 students, who were about to reach Han Shuo, also chanted magical incantations and blasted down the earthen wall that Han Shuo had just piled up. One of them had just stepped in when Han Shuo saw him step on the rope and abruptly gave an order to the zombie he was controlling. The zombie warrior standing in the distance suddenly tightened its grip on the rope, and the loose rope abruptly tightened under the light major student's foot. It suddenly wrapped around the student's ankle and sent him flying. "Damn it!" Qilong shouted angrily. Just as he was about to make a move to save the light major student, Han Shuo, who had retreated from his original spot, began to release bone spear attacks at him from another direction, forcing him to temporarily retreat. However, the other student quickly released a radiant sword slash and cut through the rope, causing the student to fall from the sky and cry out loudly in pain. A large rock that had been entangled by the rope suddenly rolled down from the fake mountain on the left, crashing towards Qilong and the others. Qilong and the other 2 were shocked and simultaneously released magic to defend against the falling rock. Then, they hurriedly closed in on the direction of the trap. Light magic did have a miraculous restraining effect on dark creatures. However, from beginning to end, the dark creatures that Han Shuo had summoned hadn't faced them head-on. Instead, they'd used other items to attack the 3 light major students. This made it so that the restraining effect of the light major on the dark creatures couldn't be fully utilized. Finally, the 4 dark major students chasing from behind also caught up to this place. When they saw that the 3 from the light major were hurriedly dealing with the attacks of the traps, they immediately joined the fray excitedly. They arrived not far in front of them and started chanting dark magic, planning to add insult to injury and lend Han Shuo a helping hand. Suddenly, a magic incantation came out of Qilong's mouth, and a blinding light suddenly shot out from the dark sky. This light was so bright that everyone's eyes were temporarily blinded for a moment. Even the other 2 light major students, who were caught off guard, couldn't see their surroundings with their eyes open. Qilong, who had closed his eyes earlier, calculated the time for the strong light spell to run out and suddenly opened them, intending to give everyone who was temporarily blinded a devastating blow that could turn the tide of the battle. Unfortunately, when he opened his eyes and didn't even have time to chant the spell, he saw a dozen skeletal warriors and zombie warriors surround him. Pushed by the 2 zombies, his body retreated uncomfortably, and then he fell into the trap. The other light and dark major students who were temporarily blinded stood there anxiously. Then, dark creatures approached them one by one, lifted or pushed them, and threw all of them into the trap. Not a single one was spared. The strong light spell did indeed have a great stimulating effect on the eyes of ordinary people. Han Shuo had also been hit by it, but Han Shuo's body was different from ordinary people's, and his eyes recovered extremely quickly. The strong light spell, which would normally take 10 seconds to recover, had only blinded Han Shuo for 2 seconds. Then, before the strong light spell's power had completely faded and Qilong hadn't even opened his eyes, Han Shuo had already recovered. He commanded the dark creatures and forcefully turned the tides of the battle that could have had a great change, and decided the outcome of the match in one fell swoop. It wasn't just the light major students, even the 4 from the dark major were all taken care of by Han Shuo and sent into the trap. The trap had been dug very deep and contained a few minor mages who didn't know the levitation spell. There were also dark creatures lifting large rocks above them, ready to roll down at any moment. This was the end of the match. Deo, who'd just seen Han Shuo's abnormally eye-catching performance, had originally warmed up and become excited. But when he saw that Han Shuo hadn't even let the dark major students go and had thrown them into the trap, he snorted coldly and tensed up his face again. He said to Fanny beside him, "Your student has no team spirit at all. What good things have you done? I saw that your 4 students had no morale from start to finish, and didn't have any use at all. Brian must have thought they were useless, that's why he gave them a reminder. It was just a joke, it's no big deal." Fanny was in high spirits as she laughed merrily, giving tit for tat to Deo. On the other side, the light major Archmage Voigtlander stood up with a gloomy and dejected face. He waved his sleeves and said a few words to Emma before leaving the plaza, leaving only Master Beecher to preside over the rest of the matters. Logically speaking, since the Necromancy Major was part of the Dark Major and Han Shuo had replaced Philide in the match, it should have been the Dark Major's victory this time. It was a pity that Han Shuo's actions were obviously a slap to Deo's face. This didn't make Deo feel the slightest bit happy. When he saw Voigtlander leave, Deo casually gave instructions to the teacher behind him and also bid farewell to Dean Emma, leaving with a dejected face. The Necromancy Major students exploded into enthusiastic cheers. This moment was the most exalted moment for the Necromancy Major in many years. The Necromancy Major had always been suppressed and ridiculed, but because of Han Shuo's sudden appearance, not only had he redeemed Fanny's face, but he had also won glory for all the Necromancy students. When the magical boundary opened and Han Shuo walked out, he immediately saw the fiery joy in Fanny's eyes and heard the cheers of the other Necromancy Major students. Although the situation is a bit odd, I still have to announce that the Dark Major is the winner of this time's match. The 5 students who participated in the match will receive 5 space rings that I personally refined. In addition, each of you will receive a magic staff. I hope that you will continue to work hard. When Han Shuo walked out, Emma's voice sounded leisurely and spread throughout the plaza. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo was the first to walk to Emma's side and receive the prize for this time's match from her hands. On the other side, the Dark Major and the others had climbed out of the trap with great difficulty with the help of others. Just as they were about to settle the score with Han Shua, a smile once again appeared on their faces when they heard Emma's announcement, and they eagerly walked towards Emma. When he received the space ring, Han Shua inspected it with his mental strength and was very satisfied. This space ring had been personally refined by Space Grand Magus Emma, and its capacity was at least 5 times larger than the one that Han Shua was currently wearing. The materials needed for such a large capacity space ring should be even rarer. It looked like only a Space Grand Magus would be able to refine it. Up until now, Han Shua had never used a magic staff. When he received this magic staff and infused it with his mental strength, Han Shua suddenly discovered that there was another small space within the magic staff that actually had the function of storing mental strength. After casually casting a spell, he discovered that after the magic circulated to the magic staff, the speed of the spell increased by a small margin. It looked like this magic staff had the function of storing a small amount of mental strength and increasing the speed of casting spells. It was no wonder that every mage was willing to risk their lives to obtain a suitable magic staff. A wondrous magic staff indeed had the function of increasing a mage's strength more or less. After receiving the space ring and magic staff, Han Shua didn't linger in the plaza for too long. He smiled and nodded at Fanny from afar, then left by himself, leaving all the remaining matters for Fanny and the others to handle. Wait, Brian. Han Shua's departure didn't escape the gazes of the many students in the plaza. However, the crowd only looked at him in amazement and whispered amongst themselves, but didn't make any moves. However, when Lisa saw Han Shua leave, she called out loudly from afar and chased after Han Shua. After leaving the plaza and arriving in the direction of the necromancy training field, Lisa's face was inexplicably excited. She stared at Han Shua and kept asking, "You were too strong today. You took care of all of them by yourself, as clean and efficient as the floating clouds and flowing water. How did you do it?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua said nonchalantly, "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that they're too weak." During his trip to the Dark Forest, the people Han Shua had met were all true adept mages or adept swordsmen. He'd even met the Swordmaster Trunks and Archmage Emily. The McGrady Guild's guards, including Duke and Eric, were all experts who'd experienced hundreds of battles and had astounding strength. Having fought with these people, Han Shua had experienced all sorts of situations. Now that he was facing off against these students who hadn't even reached the adept mage level and had even less battle experience, he naturally had the upper hand. It would be strange if he didn't win. If Han Shua had used the Little Skull, his own martial arts techniques, and the Demon's Lair edge, then he wouldn't even need to use any tricks or schemes. In that case, he wouldn't even need to use any tricks or schemes. He would be able to use brute force to completely destroy the 5 light major students, leaving them with no room to resist at all. When did you become so strong? Lisa looked at Han Shua in high spirits and asked curiously. Grasping the magic staff in his hand, Han Shua infused his mental strength and started practicing the bone prison spell that a journeyman necromancer should know. As he chanted the incantation, his mental strength poured into the magic staff and used the staff as a primer, attempting to activate the bone prison spell of necromancy magic. The bone prison spell was a spell used to imprison the enemy. Once it was deployed, it would form a prison made purely of white bones and forcefully bind the enemy, rendering them unable to move. Necromancy magic with enough mental strength could control every single bone in the bone prison. Not only could it trap someone, but it could also use the bones in the bone prison to rebind any part of the person's body, turning the white bones into soft but tough vines. It was quite miraculous. The first time he'd used the bone prison spell, dozens of white bones had appeared in the air, but they couldn't truly form a bone prison. As Han Shua relaxed his mind, the white bones couldn't flexibly assemble into a bone prison and fell to the ground with a loud crash. My strength is about the same as yours, so I can't say that I'm that strong. If you practice diligently, I think your accomplishments will be even greater. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to represent our major in next year's competition. Han Shua continued to practice the bone prison art as he responded carelessly to Lisa's words. Lisa made a wry face at Han Shua when she heard Han Shua's words and then sighed lightly, "I'm too stupid. I've studied necromancy magic for so long, but I'm not as good as you who've studied it for a few months. No, there are so many necromancy major students, your strength is already quite good. Haha, I'm saying that if you work harder, you'll improve even faster. I think that the magic of our necromancy major isn't any worse than the other majors. It's just that there aren't many people practicing necromancy magic now, so there aren't many experts. Han Shuo spoke carelessly with Lisa as he practiced the bone prison spell over and over again. After a while, some other necromancy major students seemed to have recognized the power of necromancy magic for the first time because of Han Shuo's exploits today. They hadn't even eaten yet as they excitedly came to the training fields and started practicing magic over and over again. Han Shuo actually stopped his magic practice when the other students appeared, avoiding the enthusiastic words of the students and walking out of the training fields. Han Shuo looked left and right when he left the training fields, and walked towards Fanny's lab when he saw that there was no one around. When Han Shuo arrived at Fanny's lab, he discovered that the door was still locked. It looked like Fanny hadn't returned yet. Logically speaking, Fanny would usually be in the lab at this time. If she hadn't returned yet, it looked like she'd been delayed by the necromancy major's exploits today. Not in a hurry, Han Shuo sat down on the grass behind Fanny's lab and took out the necromancy magic books he'd obtained from the Cemetery of Death to study. The 3 original demons patrolled in 3 different directions and weren't afraid that someone would suddenly approach. They slowly studied the bone prison spell that they were about to master. After a while, the space in front of Han Shuo suddenly warped. A beam of light flashed and Dean Emma appeared in front of Han Shuo. Startled, Han Shuo immediately put the necromancy magic books back into his space ring. He then put on a smile and said to Dean Emma, "Hello Dean, what are you doing here?" Dean Emma looked up and down kindly at Han Shuo, her furrowed face brimming with an appreciative smile. She said, "You're a hard-working fellow all right, not letting go of even a moment's time. You're still studying magic books when you're waiting for Fanny. No wonder you've achieved so much in just a few short months." Han Shuo felt a bit baffled when Emma spoke these words. He didn't know why Emma would appear here without a trace and say such strange things to him. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo frowned and looked at Emma, asking directly, "You didn't come here just to find me, did you?" Nodding, Emma said straightforwardly, "Of course. Haha, I didn't suddenly appear here because my use of spatial magic failed." "Then, what business do you have with me?" Han Shuo hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to ask again. Emma smiled amiably at Han Shuo's question and said, "Actually, I'm grateful to you. If it wasn't for your discovery regarding Camilla's matter last time, I wouldn't have known that she was a member of the Kasi Empire's dark underworld organization." Han Shuo was shocked when he heard these words. Han Shuo hadn't told anyone else apart from Candide about this matter. Now that Emma suddenly said these words, Han Shuo was truly shocked. Thinking quickly in his mind, Han Shuo stared at Emma and asked, "Did Lord Candide tell you?" Nodding, Emma smiled, "Clever young fellow, my old man says that you're a talent. Fanny mentioned this to me last time as well. After today's match, I've discovered that you're indeed a bit mysterious. However, I won't ask you why. I've come here today just to persuade you of one thing." With a face full of astonishment, Han Shuo never would have thought that Emma and Candide of the Dark Mantle would be husband and wife. No wonder Emma had looked at him so strangely before the match. "What do you want to tell me?" After a moment of daze, Han Shuo looked at Emma and said, "I can see from your gaze that you have a very good impression of Fanny, but I hope that before your strength is strong enough, you won't have any emotional entanglements with Fanny. Because if you're still a student who hasn't graduated, it won't be a good thing for both you and Fanny when your relationship really crosses that bottom line. Especially for Fanny, it might attract some unnecessary trouble." Emma looked at Han Shuo and sincerely advised. She paused and opened her mouth again, "I'm saying this for your and Fanny's own good. I hope you can listen to my advice. When you graduate from the necromancy major and your strength surpasses Fanny's, I can still help you if you and Fanny run into trouble in your relationship at that time. Oh, now that Fanny is here, I'll be leaving first." Emma's figure once again disappeared into thin air after she finished speaking. When Emma had just disappeared, Han Shua also sensed Fanny's approach. Chapter 129. What are you doing here? Her face brimming with a joyful smile, Fanny called out in pleasant surprise when she saw Han Shua from afar. Leaving the grass behind the lab, Han Shua strode towards Fanny and said, "I came to find you. I saw that you hadn't returned yet, so I waited for a while." Dean Emma's words just now made Han Shua have no choice but to consider things carefully. From Dean Emma's words, Han Shua understood that if he and Fanny really did get into some sort of relationship dispute within the academy, it might really affect each other somewhat. Han Shua himself wasn't afraid of anything, but if it affected Fanny, that wasn't something Han Shua wanted to see. "Come in first and we'll talk." Fanny was smiling a lot more than usual today because she was in a good mood. She gestured for Han Shua to hurry in after opening the lab door. When Han Shua arrived at the lab, Fanny's beautiful eyes stared at Han Shua's face with a bit of a burning passion. She said, "I really should thank you this time. The teachers of the other majors are too much to treat our major like this. Heh, you don't know how funny their faces were after you won. I've never been as happy as I am today in so long. Then how are you going to thank me?" Han Shua found a stool and sat down after entering. He then looked at Fanny with sparkling eyes and asked with a smile. Fanny's face flushed red. She seemed to think of something and seemed to be a bit afraid to look at Han Shua. She turned her head and said lowly, "How do you want me to thank you?" "Give me a kiss." Han Shua blurted out as if he hadn't thought it through at all. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Han Shua felt like he was in trouble. He laughed it off and said, I'm joking." Unexpectedly, Fanny didn't immediately get angry. She stood there with a red face and muttered to herself for a moment. She shyly walked towards Han Shua and, before Han Shua could react, kissed Han Shua's left cheek with lightning speed. "Perverted brat, you've gotten what you wanted now, haven't you?" After kissing Han Shua, Fanny didn't dare look at Han Shua again. She abruptly turned around and pretended to clean up the mess in the lab as if nothing had happened. However, the deep red on the back of her neck and the trembling of her shoulders already exposed her excitement. Han Shua stood there in a daze and reached out to touch the cheek that Fanny had kissed. He felt the slightly damp fragrance on his cheek and couldn't help but use his finger to dab at the wet spot. He then stuck his finger into his lips and sucked. Seeing that Han Shua didn't say anything, Fanny finally couldn't help but turn around and look. She just happened to see Han Shua's somewhat ambiguous and lewd actions. She immediately stomped her foot in anger and shouted, "Damn it, you're really perverted." At this time, Han Shua had long since forgotten all about Emma's previous persuasion. He licked his lips in lust and said, "How am I perverted? You're just too charming. I actually wanted you to kiss my lips from the beginning, but you seem to have kissed the wrong place. That didn't count, let's do it again." Han Shua closed his eyes after speaking and moved his lips forward. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like he was lustful. Fanny only felt a knot of anger when she saw Han Shua's appearance. Her slender right hand suddenly reached out and pinched Han Shua's cheek. She shouted delicately, "Bad brat, how dare you push your luck." Han Shua immediately knew that he wouldn't be able to do as he wished when he heard Fanny's sweet cry and hurriedly opened his eyes. He was about to retreat when he suddenly saw Fanny's white, tender right hand reach out to pinch his cheek. His heart stirred and Han Shua didn't even think as he moved his mouth forward like lightning. He licked Fanny's beautiful palm and then retreated like lightning. With a soft "oh" sound, Fanny's body shook as if she'd been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but moan softly for a moment. She then reacted and said with a huff, "You bad brat, you're becoming more and more unbridled. You're dead for sure." An enraged Fanny flew straight for Han Shua as soon as she finished speaking, seeming to want to settle scores with Han Shua. Han Shua, who'd just taken liberties with Fanny, felt his heart sway and found it harder and harder to control himself. Han Shua in particular discovered that Fanny's attitude towards him was vastly different from usual, perhaps because she was too happy. Under normal circumstances, Fanny would have been furious and berated when Han Shua made such an excessive request to kiss her. Who would have thought that not only did she not berate him this time, but Fanny actually agreed to such an excessive request? Han Shua had just licked her palm, so her current bashfulness was clearly greater than her anger. Han Shua could clearly sense that Fanny was a bit different from usual at this moment. Han Shua didn't dodge when he saw Fanny rush towards him. He waited until she was about to reach Han Shua and reach out to teach Han Shua a lesson when Han Shua suddenly reached out like lightning and grabbed Fanny's outstretched hand, pulling Fanny directly into his embrace. A faint fragrance suddenly rushed into Han Shua's nose and mouth. As soon as the mesmerizing, dainty body entered Han Shua's embrace, her curvaceous body pressed tightly against Han Shua's body. This immediately made Han Shua, who wasn't a virgin, feel an intense disturbance in an instant. At this time, Emma's earlier persuasion, including the knot in his heart caused by his relationship with Emily, were all tossed to the highest heavens. His large hand wrapped around Fanny's waist, and he suddenly plunged his mouth towards Fanny's cherry lips, greedily and fiercely tasting. Fanny, whose body was bound by Han Shua, couldn't move at all. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't shake Han Shua. After a burst of sounds, her small hands suddenly pounded on Han Shua's body with all her might. However, as Han Shua greedily tasted and his large tongue stirred in her fragrant lips, an incomparably wonderful feeling slowly rippled in Fanny's heart. Slowly, the originally forceful pounding gradually became a bit weak. In the end, not only did Fanny's two hands stop struggling, she even unexpectedly wrapped around Han Shua's thick back and neck. She slightly raised her neck to respond to Han Shua's greedy invasion. Her almond-shaped eyes became misty, and the temperature of her body slowly rose. It was as if she had fallen into a sweet dream and was willing to sink into it. The incomparably wonderful feeling instantly spread throughout Han Shua's body. Such a wonderful person that he had yearned for day and night was being hugged and kissed by him. This kind of spiritual enjoyment was enough for Han Shua to moan out loud. Fanny's small tongue responded in the back, giving Han Shua even more pleasure like a flash flood. The originally simple kiss slowly became uncontrollable, and Han Shua's large hand involuntarily moved towards Fanny's fragrant buttocks. His erect lower body also gradually took the initiative to find a suitable angle. Suddenly, the sinking Fanny clearly felt the fiery hardness of an iron rod at her waist. She instantly understood the current situation, and immediately began to struggle without a care for anything else. Because of Fanny's cooperation, Han Shua's body couldn't help but relax. He didn't expect that Fanny would suddenly have such an intense resistance, and was immediately pushed away by Fanny. I. Fanny, who had pushed Han Shua away, stood there with a flushed face. She panted heavily, as if she wanted to say something, but because of her agitation, she couldn't say a complete sentence. Han Shua looked firmly at Fanny and said slowly in a deep voice, "Master Fanny, I think you should know that I like you." Han Shua's expression was serious and resolute, and his deep voice seemed to carry a strange attraction. Fanny's heart trembled, and she was obviously a bit flustered. She didn't dare meet Han Shua's gaze at this moment, averting her head and saying hastily, "Don't say any more, I don't want to talk about this topic for now. If you can advance to Adept Mage and graduate from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, I'll consider giving you a chance." With her back to Han Shua, Fanny was still panting unevenly, and her neck was completely red. Behind her, Han Shua looked at Fanny a few times, and then walked towards her with firm steps. He suddenly reached out and hugged Fanny from behind. Han Shua said softly, "You've been the goddess of my dreams since a long time ago. Your kindness and passion moved my heart, and your beauty made it even harder for me to extricate myself. I think my life has already been ruined by your hands." In the beginning, when Han Shua hugged Fanny, Fanny's body trembled and she wanted to struggle. However, when Han Shua's passionate confession left his mouth, Fanny's body suddenly went limp, and her entire person seemed to melt. She fell powerlessly onto Han Shua's chest, her cherry lips panting uncontrollably. Really, I don't think I can escape your spell. I don't care about the reputation of the necromancy major, personal glory, or the bountiful prizes. I just don't want to see anyone insult you, so I fought without a care in the world. This is all for you. You should have known my feelings a long time ago. Han Shua changed the way he spoke the passionate words of love, speaking them with sincerity and numbness. This caused Fanny's body to become hotter and hotter, and the sound of her breathing became louder and louder due to her agitated emotions. After a while, Fanny suddenly said shyly in a low voice, I actually know. However, our current identities aren't too suitable, otherwise it would be disadvantageous to both of us. If you graduate from the necromancy major, then we can, you know. When these words were spoken, Fanny's inner thoughts were immediately exposed. Han Shua's heart was instantly drowned in ecstasy. He then tightened his arms around Fanny's soft waist that didn't have a trace of excess fat. He moved his mouth to Fanny's sparkling ear, and after lightly biting it, he exhaled a breath of hot air into it. He said mischievously, I don't know, tell me what we can do. Han Shua held Fanny in his arms, and could clearly feel Fanny's body tremble violently from his nibbling on Fanny's fragrant ear. This kind of charming and gentle flirting had a different kind of flavor to it compared to the stimulating kiss just now. Han Shua was enjoying this feeling very much. You bad little brat, what sins have I committed to have a student like you? All right, if you graduate from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, then I can be your girlfriend. Are you satisfied now? Fanny turned around and rolled her eyes at Han Shua with a face full of shyness, speaking softly with a red face. His heart filled with ecstasy and pride, Han Shua only felt that this was the happiest moment of his life. He only stood there with a silly smile on his face and didn't move, not saying a single word. Get out, I don't want to see you today. No matter what you have to say, hold it in right now. I want to be alone. When Han Shua didn't say anything, Fanny shyly pushed Han Shua towards the door. Just when Han Shua had been pushed to the door by Fanny, Han Shua suddenly extended a hand with a grin and blocked the door that Fanny was about to close. He then said to Fanny, wait a moment. With Han Shua's hand blocking the door, Fanny couldn't directly close it. She glared at Han Shua with a red face and said with a huff, what else do you want? Haven't you bullied me enough today? No. Han Shua defended himself and said with a smile, I've agreed to everything you said. However, I received a space ring personally made by Dean Emma after winning today's match. This space ring has a much higher capacity and quality than the one I'm using now, so my current space ring is temporarily useless. I want to give my space ring to you to use. Han Shua looked at Fanny with a smile and said gently, I can't accept anything from you anymore. If I wear your space ring, then others will definitely misunderstand our relationship. That won't do. Fanny's face was red as she refused Han Shua's gift. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment when he heard Fanny's words, and then reacted. Han Shua had originally planned on giving Yuna's space ring to Fanny to use, but because he'd received Emma's space ring at the last minute, he'd only planned on giving his to Fanny. He hadn't thought that Fanny would have such misgivings. Then, I'll give this space ring to you. I don't think anyone will be able to see any clues from this space ring. Han Shua took out Yuna's space ring and handed it to Fanny. I've already said that I can't accept it. Fanny still didn't agree. If you don't accept it, then I won't leave. I'm giving it to you, so just take it. Regardless of whether Fanny agreed or not, Han Shua shoved it into her hands and immediately left without waiting for her to say anything, disappearing without a trace in a few steps. Chapter 130. The Bone Prison spell was a spell that journeyman necromancers had to grasp. If this spell could be used skillfully, it could create conditions for dark creatures and allow them to easily defeat their enemies. For 3 days in a row, Han Shua practiced the Bone Prison spell by himself in the cemetery behind the Academy of Magic and Force. His unyielding willpower and intelligence after developing his brain allowed Han Shua's understanding of the essence of necromancy magic to become more and more clear. Originally, Han Shua would need to ponder for a long time before he could understand the meaning of some difficult magical knowledge. But now, Han Shua's mind had become incomparably clear. When Han Shua calmed his heart and pondered over a lot of knowledge, he discovered that he could always understand the meaning in a short amount of time. In a short 3 days, the usage of the bone prison spell had gone from continuous failures in the beginning to being cast with some unfamiliarity. He also officially started practicing the bone shield spell at this time. Even Han Shua himself felt that such a rapid rate of practice was miraculous enough. Clap, clap, clap. A few claps sounded from afar as the graceful Emily appeared from the cemetery with a faint smile, slowly walking towards Han Shua. Stopping his magic practice, Han Shua looked at the approaching Emily and said, "I've already met Candide. I hadn't thought that your status in the Dark Mantle would be so high. It looks like I'll have to be added to your mission." "Hee, my mission can't do without you communicating with the forest troll anyways. Although my status isn't as high as that old fox Candide's, he still needs to do me a favor for me to talk to him about such a small matter. After you join this mission, I'll give you the majority of the credit after the matter is completed. This way, your rank in the Dark Mantle might increase by another 2 stars. When Emily arrived in front of Han Shua, she reached out and naturally wrapped her arms around Han Shua's arm, smiling in a fawning manner. Han Shua was about to praise Emily when he suddenly remembered Candide's words. He had an additional layer of misgivings regarding Emily's other identity. His expression was a bit ugly as he said, "After I met Candide this time, he told me a few things regarding your true identity. He told me to pay attention to my actions and avoid unnecessary trouble. It was also at that time that I found out that you were Lord Ami's sister. However, I'm still not too clear about your other identity. Can you tell me now?" Emily's expression changed slightly when she heard these words. She looked deeply at Han Shua and sighed lowly, saying, "It looks like Candide thinks very highly of you and is deathly afraid that I'll lie to you. Alright, since that's the case, there are some things that I don't need to hide from you. I've actually been married for quite a few years, but he left for battle right after we got married. He never returned and died on the battlefield, leaving me a widow until now." Han Shua grew silent after hearing Emily's words. He finally asked after a while, "That person's status seems to be quite high, otherwise Candide wouldn't have warned me like this." Nodding, Emily said, "That's right, but he's already dead, so there's nothing more to say. Because I was in the Dark Mantle after his death, I had some missions on me. My conduct was a bit strange because of the missions, so my reputation in the upper echelons of the Empire wasn't too good." "What do you mean?" Han Shua looked at Emily and asked faintly. Shaking her head self-deprecatingly, Emily said with a downcast expression, "Just like when you first saw me, you thought I was a dissolute person. Because of my status as a widow, it was inevitable that I would be infected by some rumors when I came into contact with others during Dark Mantle missions." Han Shua had taken Emily's virginity, so others could distrust Emily, but Han Shua had no choice but to believe her. Now that he saw her current state, he couldn't help but reach out and pull Emily into his arms, saying softly, "I don't care what others say, but I destroyed your innocence. Of course I know you're not the kind of person they say you are. Don't worry, I won't be affected by those words." Shaking her head with some gratitude, Emily said sadly, "Candide's words have reminded me that I must recognize the truth. With your strength and progress, your future accomplishments will be immeasurable. But because of my special identity, it looks like I can only maintain this kind of underground relationship with you. Otherwise, it won't be beneficial for either of us." Han Shua was very clear about the meaning behind Emily's words. Just like how Emma had reminded him to pay attention to his relationship with Fanny, social classes and some taboos were unavoidable in this world. If he challenged the rules, he would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Holding Emily in his arms and kissing her, Han Shua said with a grim expression, "Don't worry, I won't let you always hide in the shadows. Sooner or later, we'll be able to interact openly." The reason why I can't brazenly show it now is because I haven't climbed high enough. If there comes a day when I can decide the life and death of others at will, I think everyone will shut up. Even if they open their mouths, it'll be to express their blessings to us. Emily's face was wild with joy when she heard these words. She turned around and hugged Han Shuo tightly, saying emotionally, "You can do it, I believe in you." After a bout of entanglement, Emily's entire body was flushed red. She opened her mouth and said to Han Shuo, "Hurry up and take care of the forest troll's business. The McGrady Guild has already started contacting the merchants who trade with the forest troll. They're currently heading towards the dark forest, planning on purchasing that batch of siege equipment. You must have the forest troll hand over that batch of items to them." Nodding his head to indicate that he understood, Han Shuo thought for a moment and said, "There's a thief that I have a good relationship with. He wants to do this mission with us, I wonder if we can add him." "No problem. I'm currently in charge of this mission anyways, and I already have quite a few subordinates. It doesn't matter if he's one more. If he's trustworthy, I can directly summon him when I go back. This way, if you're at the academy, I can directly contact you through him. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to directly go to your academy with my identity." Emily was quite straightforward and immediately agreed to Han Shuo's suggestion. "Alright, he's called Chester. He should be responsible for guarding the northern stronghold for the time being. If you have any instructions that you can't personally show up for, then have him do it. I'll make a trip back to the dark forest as soon as possible. Don't worry and go about your business," Han Shuo said to Emily. I'll contact you if there's anything. Don't worry, I'm confident in completing this mission very quickly." Emily left Han Shuo after saying these words. After Emily left, Han Shuo thought for a moment and then walked towards the Buzzed Merchant Guild. There were still 2 days until the appointed time with Phoebe, but seeing that the weather was growing colder and colder, Han Shuo was a bit worried that the dwarves wouldn't have enough rations and daily necessities. He planned on making a trip to the Cemetery of Death and preparing the dwarves' rations for the winter. Now that he had a space ring with a larger capacity, he only needed to make a trip back and forth to the forest troll in a few days, and he'd also need to prepare rations and daily necessities. The forest troll had many people, and the space ring likely wouldn't even be enough to load a trip back and forth with rations. Therefore, he'd better take care of the dwarves' needs first. Han Shuo didn't see Phoebe when he arrived at the Buzzed Merchant Guild with great familiarity. It was Fabian who came out to receive Han Shuo. Han Shuo learned from Fabian that Phoebe had gone out today. With Han Shuo's current relationship with Fabian, he would be able to take care of the rations even without going through Phoebe. Because of Phoebe's power, Fabian's status had risen since he'd followed the right person. Fabian directly brought Han Shuo to the warehouse where the rations were stored. Fabian ordered the warehouse to be opened and all of the rations that Phoebe and Han Shuo had prepared were placed into the space ring in one go. Help me tell Miss Phoebe that I need more rations and have her prepare them for me. I'll calculate the price in one go when I come back in 2 days." Han Shuo smiled as he looked at Fabian. "Haha, no problem. With our relationship, I can help you with such a small matter. You don't need to worry." Fabian looked at Han Shuo with a smile and promised him. It looks like Mr. Fabian's status in the Buzzed Merchant Guild is rising higher and higher. Han Shuo was a bit surprised when he saw Fabian promise so easily and opened his mouth to speak. "Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to your good fortune. If it wasn't for your appearance, I don't think I would have climbed up so easily. Miss Phoebe seems to think so highly of me because I introduced you to her. I really have to thank you. Haha, I didn't think that my nephew, Jack, would also receive your grace. It looks like you're our benefactor." Fabian looked at Han Shuo and said sincerely, "You're too courteous. Send my regards to Jack and tell him that I came by, but I was a bit busy today and couldn't specifically catch up with him." Han Shuo exchanged a few words with Fabian and left the Buzzed Merchant Guild with a smile. Chapter 131. The dark forest was also covered in snow now. Han Shua's feet crunched on the snow as he made his way to the village where the dwarves lived. The dwarves had been forced to leave their original village last time because of the forest troll's appearance. Although Han Shua had faintly discerned the direction they'd left in through the original demons, Han Shua couldn't be certain where the dwarves had gone after so much time had passed. The forest troll had left and hadn't appeared in a long time. Han Shua didn't think that the dwarves would necessarily give up their original village, so he decided to go there first to investigate. When Han Shua arrived at the passageway into the village and looked around, a smile blossomed involuntarily at the corners of his lips. Han Shua was certain that the dwarves hadn't left from the various concealments and arrangements around the passageway. Han Shua threw his head back and gave a long whistle, the snow on the trees rustling and falling off. His sensitive ears then clearly picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. Indeed, after a while, a few dwarven warriors wielding battle axes and iron hammers approached from afar with cautious looks on their faces. "Don't worry, it's me who's coming." Han Shua immediately yelled out before the dwarven warriors could get close to him. The dwarven warriors in the distance couldn't help but sigh in relief when they heard Han Shua's voice. When they walked up to Han Shua, one of the dwarves said, "Because it's winter, many things are difficult to obtain. Although this village has been exposed, we have no way of building suitable houses in a short amount of time. Therefore, even though we know that there may be danger here, we don't want to freeze outside and have returned to the village. Winter has come. I've come this time to bring winter rations and some thick clothing for you. In addition, you can rest assured about the forest troll, they won't continue to harass you in the future." Han Shua smiled faintly and comforted the dwarf. The dwarves immediately cheered when these words were spoken. Their expressions were inexplicably excited and filled with sincere joy and relief. "That's great. Recently, we've already eaten most of the food you brought last time. Because you haven't appeared for a long time, the village chief thought that something had happened to you. However, we didn't know how to help you, so we could only worry about you. It's great that you're here. Let's quickly enter the village and tell everyone the good news." The dwarf who had answered before said happily. His short and strong legs quickly strode forward, heading towards the depths of the village. Hearing that Han Shua had come, the dwarves who were hiding in their houses to keep warm in the cold weather all came out of their houses and greeted Han Shua in a friendly manner. "Oh, it's great that you're fine. Han Shua, we were very worried about you," the dwarf warrior Bennett said to Han Shua with a look of pleasant surprise. Arriving at a flat area where the snow had been swept away, Han Shua did not say anything. He smiled as he took out the rations and daily necessities from his space ring, piling them up into a large area. "These are the rations and daily necessities I've brought this time. There are also some thick clothes that will keep you from feeling the cold this winter. In addition, you don't need to worry about the threat of the forest troll. You just need to live here in peace. The forest troll will not make trouble for you in the future." Han Shua saw that the dwarves were wild with joy and felt that his actions had produced results. He couldn't help but open his mouth to explain. All the dwarves were excited when the rations and daily necessities appeared on the ground. Even the women, children, and elderly who hadn't come out of their houses came out when they heard the news, shouting loudly from afar. "Thank you, Han. If I didn't have your food and daily necessities, I wouldn't have been able to survive. I think many of us will starve and freeze to death this winter. The food and clothes we have are enough for us to use this winter. How can we repay you?" Chief Calvin kowtowed to Han Shua with the dwarven etiquette and then spoke with great gratitude. "We're friends, don't mention words of gratitude," Han Shua responded. To be honest, these rations and clothes weren't worth much, but it was a bit difficult for merchants to transport them over. Therefore, when they arrived in the dark forest, whether it was the forest troll, the dwarves, or any other race, they would all be willing to spend everything in exchange for these rations and daily necessities. However, with the transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death and the existence of an enormous space ring, Han Shua had easily completed this task that should have taken a lot of manpower and resources. There wasn't much difficulty at all. Han, you said that the forest troll won't harass us anymore. Has the elves already fought against them and completely routed them? The dwarf warrior Bennett thought of another matter and looked at Han Shuo with great interest. Han Shuo started when he heard these words and then asked Bennett, can it be that the elves are planning on fighting the forest troll again? Nodding, Bennett said angrily, that's right, they even invited us and said they wanted to teach these damned bandits a painful lesson. However, our village's defenses are too weak and the chief didn't agree to let us participate in the battle. Can it be that it wasn't the elves that stopped the forest troll from invading us? Of course not. The threat of the forest troll will be slowly brought under control in the future. Don't worry. Alright, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll come find you next time. Han Shuo said. Han Shuo didn't wait for the dwarves to urge him to stay as he spoke a few careless words and hurriedly left the dwarven village. When Bennett said that the elves would wage war against the forest troll, Han Shuo couldn't sit still after hearing this news. If it was before, Han Shuo would have wanted nothing more than for the elves to raze the forest troll to the ground. But now, the forest troll was completely under his control, and could even be said to be his personal power. In addition, he needed the forest troll to cooperate with him on his mission with Emily. It would be very inappropriate if the elves came out to cause trouble at this time. However, it would take several days to travel from here to the forest troll's stronghold and back. Han Shuo still had many things to take care of in the Empire, so he couldn't split himself for the time being. This gave Han Shuo a bit of a headache. After careful consideration, Han Shuo felt that things weren't urgent. He'd wait until he'd settled things with Phoebe, attended a banquet with her, and then brought things to the forest troll's stronghold. It would only take a day or two. If the elves wanted to make a move against the forest troll, they might not necessarily make it within these few days. Not to mention that although the elves were strong, the forest troll weren't to be trifled with. The fact that the elves hadn't gained any advantage against the forest troll in so many years already spoke volumes. The sky had already darkened, and Han Shuo took advantage of the silence to return to the cemetery of death. He wasn't in a hurry to leave immediately. Instead, he took out another divine brain fruit and endured the extreme torture in the cemetery of death. He digested the divine brain fruit just like last time, allowing the brain region in his brain to develop once again. When Han Shuo felt that his body had recovered, his facial features had become even more distinct. The speed at which his mental strength condensed and circulated had increased along with his magical yuan. Han Shuo could faintly feel that there were already signs of a breakthrough in the molded spirit realm. It looked like it wouldn't be long before he'd be able to enter the next realm of demonic magic. The next realm of demonic magic was the true demon realm. Once Han Shuo entered this realm, he would form the demon infant and become a demon in the truest sense of the word. The first 3 levels of solid body, channel opening, and molded spirit training were only the basics of demonic magic. Before the demon infant took form, one couldn't be considered a true demonic practitioner. Once Han Shuo could enter the true demon realm, he would be considered to have truly entered the next level. With the demon infant's assistance, the true demon realm would allow him to fly in the air, refine magic treasures with magical yuan, and reforge the demon's lair edge. He could also train in some other powerful demonic magic, and he could even refine in demons, which were even more powerful than the original demons. In short, the true demon realm was a dividing line. As long as he reached this realm, there would be many ways for Han Shuo to increase his strength, and his strength would greatly improve. Therefore, when Han Shuo felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, the joy in his heart was indescribable. It was already the morning of the next day, and Han Shuo didn't continue to stay here. He left the cemetery of death and used the transportation matrix to return to the Empire, then headed directly for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The ambiguous conversation he'd had with Fanny last time had filled Han Shuo's heart with boundless anticipation. Although Fanny hadn't immediately agreed to his pursuit, Han Shuo had basically understood Fanny's intentions. He understood that as long as he worked hard to advance another level, reach the level of Adept Mage, and graduate from the academy, he would be able to capture the beautiful teacher's heart. Han Shuo still wasn't clear on some of the more specialized terms for some of the new magical questions, and had to ask Fanny in order to understand. Therefore, Han Shuo still needed Fanny's help at this stage. When he arrived at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and walked in the direction of the Necromancy Major, he encountered a few students from other majors along the way. Han Shuo suddenly discovered that he'd become famous. The gazes of those people when they looked at him were filled with surprise and admiration. There were even some beautiful female students whose eyes shone with the light of admiration. This kind of attention greatly satisfied Han Shuo's vanity, and he was in a rather good mood along the way. When he saw the admiring gazes of the beautiful girls, Han Shuo even greeted them in a friendly manner and displayed a radiant smile, causing the female students to blush and run away with small, quick steps. However, when Han Shuo passed through the training fields, his good mood was immediately shattered, and the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. In front of one of the training fields of the Necromancy Major stood the Earth Rider Clark, wearing a well-fitting shirt and holding a large bouquet of fresh flowers. He stood there with a smile and was looking inside. Passing through the open door, Han Shuo saw Fanny explaining some magical knowledge to the Necromancy Major students with a smile on her face. However, Fanny's expression wasn't affected by Clark at all, and she didn't look at Clark either. She almost ignored Clark's existence. Even so, Han Shuo still felt quite disgruntled when he saw Clark standing there and gazing at Fanny with deep emotion. When he strode towards the doors of the training fields, he suddenly burrowed in, tilted his body to the side, and purposefully exerted force with his shoulder, causing the bouquet of fresh flowers to twist and scatter the flowers to the ground. In his actions just now, Han Shuo had purposefully lightened his footsteps and only suddenly sped up when he reached Clark's side. Clark, who'd been staring at Fanny, hadn't been able to defend himself. It was already too late by the time he'd discovered it, and the bouquet of fresh flowers had become a bit of a joke. "Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that this is our Necromancy Major's training fields, and it was an accident that you blocked the door." Han Shuo immediately appeared a bit apologetic when he saw Clark glaring at him like he was breathing fire, and explained to Clark. "Brian, why did you think of coming to the training fields today?" Fanny's beautiful eyes abruptly lit up when she saw Han Shuo walk over, and she walked towards Han Shuo with a radiant face, gesturing for Han Shuo to hurry inside. Han Shuo was satisfied with Fanny's performance, but Clark's presence still made Han Shuo unhappy. He purposefully put on an ugly expression as he looked at Fanny and then at the fresh flowers in Clark's hands. He said eccentrically, "Who is the noble knight Clark waiting for with these fresh flowers?" Fanny started and rolled her eyes at Han Shuo with a smile that wasn't in a good mood. She then walked over and said a bit coldly to Clark, "Mr. Clark, I think I've already made myself clear enough. I just want to peacefully teach here and hope that you won't continue to disturb me like this. In addition, I don't want to have any unnecessary disputes with you because of your noble status. I think you understand what I mean." Fanny's words were for both Clark and Han Shuo to hear. She was obviously rejecting Clark's pursuit, and was secretly expressing her attitude to Han Shuo, as well as telling Han Shuo not to think too much about it. Therefore, when these words came out of Fanny's mouth, Clark's face immediately became ugly and dejected, while Han Shuo was in a great mood and a smile once again hung on his face. Clark nodded with a gloomy expression and sighed softly. He then held the flowers that had been set to 0 and left the training field with a dejected expression. He did not say another word. "Are you satisfied now?" Fanny secretly reached out a hand and pinched Han Shuo, saying fiercely, "You dare not believe me." "Oh, it hurts, I believe you. Han Shuo was inwardly pleased as he feigned a pained smile. Chapter 132. Master Fanny, Brian, what are you two doing? Lisa called out from behind, looking suspiciously at Han Shuo and Han Shuo. Nothing. Fanny glared at Han Shuo and pointed a finger in the direction of her lab to Han Shuo, turning to walk inside. When she reached out, the space ring that Han Shuo had given her was quite obvious. Han Shuo only took a glance at it and was overjoyed. He knew that Fanny had accepted the ring. She pointed in the direction of the lab, obviously indicating that he should go there and wait for her. Han Shuo hadn't planned on staying in the first place. He nodded at Fanny with a silly grin and left on his own, heading for Fanny's lab. After waiting for a while, Fanny returned to the lab after the training field class had ended. She opened the door, and when Han Shuo came in, Fanny's expression was the same as usual. She asked Han Shuo, "All right, what do you need?" Although Fanny's expression was the same as usual, the two understood that their relationship had undergone a subtle change. It wasn't quite possible for Fanny to maintain her dignity as a teacher in front of Han Shuo. Looking at Fanny with a cheeky grin, Han Shuo said with a naughty smile, "Don't be so serious." Glaring unhappily at Han Shuo, Fanny said, "I have to be more serious with you. Otherwise, if I give you a bit of sunshine, you'll be too dazzling and your hands and feet won't behave properly." This kind of ambiguous tone was like a teacher talking to a student. It was like flirting between lovers. Even though Fanny was glaring at Han Shuo still felt quite pleased. But joy was joy. Han Shuo's willpower had been continuously tempered, and he wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. Musing for a moment, Han Shuo began to ask Fanny about some of the difficulties he'd encountered recently. Fanny's expression grew solemn when she saw Han Shuo raise his questions. She resumed the attitude of a teacher and explained the knowledge in detail to Han Shuo. Seeing that Han Shuo was working so hard and could even use the journeyman spell, Bone Prison, Fanny was even happier than Han Shuo. After a long while, Fanny sighed, "With your aptitude, it looks like it won't be long before you advance to Adept Mage. Even some of the questions you're asking now have to be considered before I want to answer them. I can't blurt them out like before. It looks like I won't be able to teach you for much longer." A good student would give a teacher an incomparable sense of accomplishment, but because Han Shuo's progress was too great, it also gave Fanny pressure. After all, Fanny was only an Adept Mage, and according to the division of strength, she was only one level higher than Han Shuo. Han Shuo's speed of improvement was beyond Fanny's imagination. If this situation continued to develop, Fanny's usefulness to Han Shuo would become weaker and weaker. This kind of feeling filled Fanny's heart, making Fanny feel a bit uncomfortable, but also very helpless. "Haha, no matter when, you'll always be Teacher Fanny, the one who took me into the school and taught me everything. Haha, even if our relationship changes one day, your status as my teacher will not change." Han Shuo's mind was quite sharp now. He could more or less guess what Fanny was thinking from the changes in her expression and immediately smiled at Fanny. Shaking her head and sighing slightly, Fanny's pretty eyebrows furrowed as she said with some annoyance, "In our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Jean and I are the only teachers in the necromancy major. We're only adept mages. When you've learned all of our knowledge, your progress will surely be hindered without anyone to guide you. That's what I'm worried about. You're thinking too much. When that day truly comes, there may already be a better solution and you won't need to worry so much for now." Han Shuo could clearly feel Fanny's concern. However, with the existence of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo believed that he would be able to enter the depths of the cemetery as his strength improved. Han Shuo could faintly feel that there would be a way to make his strength stronger in the depths of the Cemetery of Death. Fanny seemed to have thought things through after hearing Han Shuo's words. She smiled and nodded, saying, "Perhaps you're right, I've thought too far ahead. All right, it's getting late. If you have nothing else to do, go practice your magic. I'm going to eat dinner as well. How about we go together?" Han Shuo's heart swayed as he suggested naughtily. "Humph, in your dreams. I definitely won't compromise with you before you become an adept mage. Get out. Hurry up and get out. You won't do anything good if you stay here." Fanny smiled coquettishly as she walked over, waving a magic wand in her hand to chase Han Shuo away. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry and cooperatively called out as he retreated to the door. When he was about to be chased out of the lab by Fanny, he suddenly gathered strength and hugged Fanny like lightning, giving her a kiss and running away laughing loudly amidst Fanny's bashfulness. "Bad brat, I won't forgive you sooner or later," Fanny said angrily and slammed the door to the lab shut with a bam in anger. It was at this moment that Han Shua's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly heard a low panting sound. The three original demons suddenly flew out soundlessly and drifted towards the source of the sound. Earth Rider Clark was hiding behind a railing in the distance, looking at Han Shua with a face full of hatred. Han Shua was quite familiar with that kind of gaze. Fitch had looked at him like this before he'd taken his revenge. His heart growing cold, Han Shua suddenly felt that the situation was a bit troublesome. Clark was an Earth Rider and he'd long since witnessed the extent of his strength. Although Han Shua's strength was still advancing by leaps and bounds, Han Shua understood his own limitations. An Earth Rider was absolutely not someone he could handle alone. It was indeed a bit troublesome to be hated by such a character. Inwardly thinking of a solution, Han Shua slowly walked in the direction of the dormitory. Earth Rider Clark followed him closely and only left silently after Han Shua had entered the dormitory. Through the observation of the original demons, Han Shua could see the expression on Clark's face. He felt that Clark would definitely not let the matter rest. With Clark's strength as an Earth Rider and his methods in the dark forest, Han Shua believed that if Clark wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't secretly set him up like a child like Fitch. It was likely that as soon as Clark made his move, it would be a thunderous, powerful attack. With his strength and confidence, he would make sure that Han Shua would never be able to turn things around and leave no one alive. The two brothers, Clark and Claude, had extremely similar personalities. They were both the type of people who appeared bright and upright on the surface, but were filled with darkness in their hearts. Han Shua had long since recognized this point, and so he couldn't help but be on his guard. When night fell, Han Shua didn't linger in the dormitory. Instead, he hid in what used to be the warehouse and placed an original demon in the dormitory. He wanted to see if Clark would take the opportunity to give him a destructive blow. The warehouse was as messy as ever. All sorts of useless items had been shoved in and then cleaned up by Borg and BB early in the morning. The current Han Shua was tall and strong, and a size larger than before. He felt a bit unaccustomed to staying in the warehouse, but he had to do so for safety's sake. When it was deep into the night, Han Shua silently meditated and gathered his mental strength. After maintaining a clear mind, it was as if his entire being had become one with the night. His breathing and heartbeat were maintained at a shockingly gentle pace. If it wasn't for his body temperature, he'd be like a dead person without any signs of life. The speed of his meditation now was much faster than before. Although Han Shua had been mentally prepared, he was still astonished to feel that the speed at which his mental strength gathered was much faster when he meditated. This made Han Shua understand that his training in mental strength must have far surpassed that of ordinary mages. After an unknown amount of time, when the cold night was about to pass, Han Shua was still thinking that he was making a mountain out of a molehill and that Clark wouldn't come over. That was when the original demon finally discovered Clark's figure. Unlike the Dark Mantle or other Night Walkers, Clark didn't conceal himself at all. He was still dressed in daytime attire, but his appearance was a bit gloomy. He didn't arouse anyone's attention as he walked over from afar. When he reached the window of Han Shua's room, Clark dashed forward and leapt. His body suddenly soared into the air and nimbly landed in Han Shua's room. Although I don't have concrete evidence, my brother Claude's disappearance definitely has something to do with you. Don't blame me for being cruel, you're just too annoying. You'll also disappear after today, and Fanny won't be able to find any traces of you in the future. Clark murmured to himself as soon as he landed from the window. He flew like lightning to Han Shua's window and stabbed down with his sword. Han Shua's bed had been decorated with a few pillows from the cupboard beforehand, making it seem as if someone was really sleeping. Therefore, when Clark stabbed down with his sword, a soft "pu" sound rang out. When Clark felt that something was wrong and lifted the blankets to see that there were only a few pillows inside, his expression changed slightly. He only froze for a moment and then immediately restored everything to its original state. He retreated from inside like lightning, looking like he intended to return the way he came. At this moment, the original demons that had been placed in the surroundings suddenly sensed the approach of another person. This person was like a shadow in the dark night. His body was practically plastered to the wall of the school building as he watched Clark's movements from afar. Han Shoa had originally thought that this person was in cahoots with Clark, but when Clark walked out and this person followed him mysteriously, Han Shoa immediately understood that this person's target was Clark. Startled, Han Shoa hadn't thought that there would be so many messy matters at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Seeing that Clark and that person were making a beeline for the Knights Academy, Han Shoa was afraid that the original demons wouldn't be able to see everything clearly due to the distance. He immediately rushed out of the warehouse and maintained an extremely large distance from the two, observing their movements through the original demons. After the original demons had followed him to the Knights Academy, Han Shoa discovered that Clark had entered one of the rooms and was sitting there in silence. This room had once been where Clark and Duke had conversed, and it looked like this was where Clark currently resided. The shadow that had been following Clark had followed him all the way here. When it discovered that Clark had entered this room, it stood in the distance for a while and then snuck noiselessly towards the other side of the Knights Academy. An original demon remained in Clark's room, another paid attention to the movements around Han Shoa, and a third followed behind the shadow, wanting to probe the shadow's movements. The shadow stuck to a remote room in the Knights Academy after a while, lifted a few tiles from the roof, and directly leapt into the room. "You're back." Lawrence sat upright in the dark room with a cup of hot tea in his hands as he asked the shadow that had flown down from the roof faintly. Han Shoa was greatly startled. He hadn't expected that the shadow would ultimately return to Lawrence's room. As the son of the Empire's finance minister, Lawrence had even purchased black iron ore from him a while back. Han Shoa had even exchanged blows with Lawrence at that time and had a rather favorable impression of this person. He hadn't thought that Lawrence would actually send someone to follow Clark. Suddenly, Han Shoa recalled what Candide had said to him the first time he'd arrived at the Dark Mantle. Candide had said that Lawrence's identity wasn't ordinary and had reminded him that walking too close to Lawrence could bring about some enormous trouble. However, Candide had wanted to say something about Lawrence's deeper identity, but hadn't said much. When Han Shoa saw this scene this time, he immediately understood that Lawrence's identity wasn't as simple as being the son of a finance minister. Candide, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, probably wouldn't be worthy of such a reminder from the son of a finance minister. Yes, Clark just left his room and arrived at the necromancy dormitory area. He flew into one of the rooms and seemed to want to kill a certain student. However, I saw him walk out with a dejected expression and didn't hear any sounds of fighting. He probably didn't find the person. The shadow-like figure responded. Lawrence suddenly became interested and looked at the shadow in the dark. "Oh, that's a bit strange. By the way, which dormitory did Clark enter? Tell me." When the shadow revealed the location of Han Shoa's dormitory, Lawrence started and then smiled mysteriously. "So it's to deal with Brian." "Heh, interesting. It looks like I'll have to have a good chat with Brian." Chapter 133. He's just a necromancy major student, is he worth your attention? The shadow in the darkness spoke with astonishment. He's not ordinary at all. There are many mysterious things about him. I don't know what secrets he's hiding, but this person is quite interesting. Lawrence said slowly with a slight smile on his face. Clark's goal in coming to the Knight Academy this time should be to deal with you. Last time, he and that Duke from the Callow Empire should have been planning to make a move against you. I don't know why, but their plans were halted midway and Duke suddenly left our country. This matter is very strange. The person continued to speak. Nodding, Lawrence was silent for a while before opening his mouth to say, "All right, you can leave for now. It won't be that easy for Clark to deal with me in the Knight Academy. Humph, looks like I'll have to make the first move and get rid of Clark." The figure didn't say anything after hearing these words and flew up to the roof, burrowing out from where he'd come down and leaving. Lawrence sat upright in the room, silently sipping his tea and thinking about something. At this time, the sky was beginning to brighten. After the figure left, He flew to the back mountain of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, walking in a direction even further away. Because the sky was bright, Han Shuo couldn't brazenly chase after him. Adding that he still had things to do today, he temporarily gave up on continuing to search for that person's tracks. Taking advantage of the fact that the students of the Night Academy hadn't woken up yet, Han Shuo returned to the necromancy major early in the morning. Han Shuo spent the entire morning alone in the dorm, practicing necromancy magic as usual while silently pondering Lawrence's identity, including his relationship with Clark. When noon came, Han Shuo went to the cafeteria of the academy for the first time, causing a small commotion. Every major in the academy had its own independent cafeteria, and the dark major was no exception. The cafeteria was divided into 2 levels. The food on the lower level didn't cost money and could be enjoyed for free as long as one paid the tuition fee. Of course, free food naturally wouldn't be too good. The food on the upper level was cooked by various famous chefs and was of a much higher grade than the lower level. Of course, the food on this floor required extra gold coins to enjoy. Generally, it was targeted at the students of the academy who were well off. The current Han Shuo was no longer an impoverished errand boy. The gold coins stored in the crystal card in his spatial ring were enough for Han Shuo to enjoy life to his heart's content. Thus, Han Shuo did not stop at the first floor. He directly went to the second floor and swiped his crystal card to order several expensive and exquisite dishes. He occupied a table by himself and ate heartily. After the previous battle, Han Shuo had become a celebrity in the academy. Those eating in the Dark Major cafeteria were all students of the Dark Major. Although Han Shuo had brought glory to the Dark Major last time, not only had his actions not won him the respect of the Dark Major, he had instead brought shame to them. Therefore, Han Shuo's appearance on the second floor of the cafeteria attracted all sorts of gazes. Han Shuo paid no attention to all of this. As his strength and experience increased, these students of the academy no longer cared about him. These students of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were slowly being looked down upon by Han Shuo. In Han Shuo's heart, these people were merely children who hadn't experienced the world. They were of no threat to him at all. So you're here. Lisa and Lawrence walked in from the door. Lisa exclaimed softly and walked with Lawrence towards Han Shuo with a smile. Lawrence smiled at Han Shuo from afar and then went to order his own food. Lisa arrived in front of Han Shuo and unceremoniously sat down across from Han Shuo. When she saw the hostile gazes around her, her charming face grew cold. She put her hands on her hips and scolded, "What are you looking at? What's there to see?" Although the little she-devil Lisa was in the weak necromancy major, her foul temper was well known throughout the dark major. When she shouted, the expressions of those who were hostile to Han Shuo turned ugly. They cursed under their breath and turned their heads away one after another. "Ignore them, they're all jealous of you." After looking around and cursing, Lisa giggled and sat down, staring at Han Shuo as she spoke. Speechless, Han Shuo said, "Then let them continue to be jealous. I won't lose a single hair on my head even if they're jealous of me. However, if anyone dares to turn their jealousy into action, I can guarantee that they won't just lose a single hair." Han Shuo's voice had been gentle at first, but when Han Shuo saw that there were still people looking at him with hatred, he couldn't help but raise his voice with a cold expression, full of warning. Although Han Shuo hadn't killed anyone in the last match, the coldness and determination he displayed throughout the match had already told everyone that he wasn't a merciful person. The spectators at that time had even had the misconception that if it weren't for the school rules, Han Shuo might really have coldly killed those people. Therefore, when Han Shuo gave a stern warning at this time, the dark major students who hadn't averted their hostile gazes under Lisa's scolding slowly lowered their heads one by one. "Heh, looks like you're not very popular." Lawrence walked over from afar, carrying a plate of exquisite food. After handing a plate to Lisa, he smiled as he sat down in front of Han Shuo and spoke to Han Shuo. Shrugging, Han Shuo said indifferently, "The crux is that some people are too bored. They don't have the ability, but they're very jealous. If you treat them nicely, not only will they not feel grateful, but they'll also think that you're afraid of them. That's right, I deeply understand your point of view. Lawrence chuckled in agreement and nodded. Amy and Athena, the two necromancy major girls, suddenly appeared at the door at this time. When Lisa saw the two of them sit in another seat, she hesitated for a moment, and then said with a plate in hand, "You two chat, I'm going to find Amy and the others." After saying this, Lisa stood up and walked through the two aisles. She greeted Amy and Roland from afar, and then sat down with Amy and Roland. When Lisa left, only Han Shua and Lawrence were left in this seat. Because of Lisa and Han Shua's repeated warnings just now, there was a lot of empty space around Han Shua's seat. Therefore, no one should be able to hear the conversation between Han Shua and Lawrence. "I've heard that Clark likes Master Fanny, but because of your appearance, Clark failed dejectedly today. Is that true?" Lawrence had a smile on his face as he asked casually. At this time, Han Shua's mind was racing with thoughts as he lifted his head to sweep a glance at Lawrence. He also said nonchalantly, "How could that be? Master Fanny rejected Clark because Master Fanny doesn't have a good impression of him. It has nothing to do with me, so don't speak nonsense." Lawrence's expression froze when he heard Han Shua's words. He then said merrily, "Brian, oh Brian, we can be considered friends. Don't tell me you want to lie to me. The matter of you and Master Fanny has been spreading like wildfire in your dark major. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. I don't believe that there's nothing going on between the two of you. You can say whatever you want." Han Shua didn't comment and lowered his head to eat his food. He didn't seem to care about Lawrence's words at all. "I know a bit about Clark. He's not as righteous and kind as he appears on the surface. It looks like you've offended him. In addition, I've heard that he suspects you of killing his younger brother. It looks like you're in quite a bit of trouble." Lawrence continued to speak and used his eyes to silently observe Han Shua's expression. When he saw that Han Shua was unmoved, Lawrence muttered to himself and continued, "Brian, we're friends, right?" Nodding, Han Shua put down his teacup and looked at Lawrence with a smile, saying, "We can be considered to be." "Good, since that's the case, I dare say that Clark will definitely deal with you." "I hope you believe me," Lawrence said seriously. "Of course, when I returned to the dorm today, I saw that the blanket on my bed had traces of being cut. It was a good thing that I wasn't resting in the dorm yesterday, otherwise you probably wouldn't have seen me today. I thought about it and felt that only Clark would do this to me." Lawrence's intentions were slowly becoming clear after beating around the bush for so long. Han Shua also wanted to know what Lawrence wanted to do, so he didn't beat around the bush and admitted to it. Lawrence's eyes lit up when he heard these words and he opened his mouth in surprise. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment and then blossomed into a brilliant smile. He smiled and nodded, saying, "You're not simple indeed. So you've long since made preparations. You made me worry for nothing. Since you treat me as a friend, I can actually help you and deal with Clark together with you." At this point, this was the main point. The light of surprise flashed through Han Shua's eyes as he stared deeply at Lawrence. He lowered his head and said lowly, "You're saying that you'll work with me to kill Clark?" Startled, Lawrence seemed to jump in fright as he looked left and right, saying lowly, "Brian, why would you think this?" Looking straight at Lawrence like this, Han Shua paused for a moment. When Lawrence felt his hairs stand on end, he said lowly, "Lawrence, when you said that you wanted to deal with Clark just now, I could feel your killing intent. I'm certain that you also have these thoughts, right?" When these words were spoken, it was Lawrence's turn to be silent, as if he was meeting Han Shua for the first time. Lawrence looked at Han Shua with an odd expression and was silent for a long time before he nodded and sighed, "Brian, I give in to you. That's right, I want to kill him too. This isn't the place to talk. I still have some matters to attend to today, come find me tomorrow afternoon. Perhaps we can discuss this properly." After Lawrence said that he also wanted to kill Clark, Han Shua suddenly stopped looking at Lawrence and lowered his head to continue eating as if nothing had happened. He said this in a low voice. Nodding in silence as well, Lawrence and Han Shua faced each other and ate with their heads down. They didn't say another word midway and didn't raise their heads to look at each other. After maintaining this strange situation for a long time, Han Shua stood up and walked calmly out of the cafeteria. When Han Shua was about to walk out of the cafeteria, Lawrence suddenly raised his head and stared deeply at Han Shua's back. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "What a scary guy." After leaving the cafeteria, Han Shua didn't want to think about what had happened and left directly from the back of the mountain. When no one was paying attention, he hired a carriage and made his way to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Today was the day that Han Shua and Phoebe had agreed upon. The materials for refining the Earth Elite Zombie and the food for the Forest Troll still needed to be completed through Phoebe. In addition, Han Shua had also started preparing to refine the Yin demons, a level higher than the original demons, after advancing to the true demon realm. Han Shua had also discovered a place of extreme wood in the sacred land of the Forest Troll. This meant that he could also refine the Wood Elite Zombie. Then he would have to trouble Phoebe with even more materials. After arriving at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Han Shua learned from Fabian that Phoebe hadn't returned yet. Phoebe had instructed Fabian beforehand that if Han Shua came, he was to have Han Shua wait for a while. She would return to the guild in the evening. Seeing that it was still early, Han Shua let Fabian lead the way and went to find Jack to catch up on old times. Jack was also very happy to hear that Han Shua had come. He found a quiet place with Han Shua and started chatting happily. Han Shua knew from Jack's words that because of his instructions, Phoebe thought very highly of Jack and had him learn from the best teacher in the Buzzed Merchant Guild, including some business knowledge. It looked like Phoebe was planning on nurturing Jack into a character like Fabian. Phoebe finally returned to the guild in the evening. When Phoebe saw Han Shua, she opened her mouth and said, "I've been busy the entire afternoon and made a set of robes for you. Come with me to my room and change. Let me see if this set of robes fits you." Hearing Phoebe say that she had spent the entire afternoon customizing a set of robes for him, Han Shua felt a bit strange in his heart. His heart surged as he followed Phoebe in a daze and walked into her room. Chapter 134. When he arrived at Phoebe's room, Phoebe stopped in front of a huge mirror and took out a stack of black formal attire with exquisite gilded lace. In addition, there was a complete set of boots and underwear. "Change out of your inner clothes first, I'll help you put on the outer suit in a moment." Handing the stack of clothes to Han Shua, Phoebe left and waited outside the hall. It was a set of shirt, boots, and bow tie. Han Shua took a few glances at it and felt a bit sad. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua still followed Phoebe's request and put it on. Looking at the mirror, he felt that it was enough and looked much more handsome. "Are you done?" Phoebe asked from outside. I'm done," Han Shua answered. After hearing Han Shua's answer, Phoebe walked in from outside and stared at Han Shua with her bright eyes. She nodded and said, "It fits very well. You look very spirited in these clothes." "Oh, really? I feel good too," Han Shua answered casually with a smile. "I'll help you put on the outer suit as well." Phoebe came to Han Shua's side and very calmly picked up the suit in Han Shua's hands. Without waiting for Han Shua to speak, she began to help Han Shua put on the clothes with a somewhat joyful expression. The two were so close that the faint fragrance of Phoebe's body rushed into Han Shua's mouth and nose. In addition, Phoebe's movements were indescribably gentle. This made Han Shua blush and his heart beat faster. When Phoebe helped Han Shua put on the suit neatly and tied the bow tie for Han Shua, Phoebe took a small step back. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared deeply at Han Shua's body. "I didn't expect your figure to be so good. This suit looks so fitting on you." Phoebe looked at Han Shua and exclaimed with some surprise. "So, did you help me with what you promised me?" After enduring for so long, Han Shua finally couldn't help but ask what he cared about. Rolling her eyes at Han Shua, Phoebe said unhappily, "Can we not talk about those things now? We can talk about it after this banquet is over, okay?" He hadn't thought that his casual question would provoke Phoebe's displeasure. Han Shua thought to himself that women's thoughts were indeed impossible to guess. Now that Han Shua had a favor to ask, he could only nod with a rueful smile. All right, don't put on such an unwilling face. I promise you that as long as you accompany me back from the banquet, I will make sure you leave the Bust Merchant Guild with satisfaction. Phoebe said involuntarily when she saw the rueful smile on Han Shua's face. Phoebe then had Han Shua wait for her for a while and turned to walk into her bedroom. There was a wave of rustling clothes and Phoebe appeared in front of Han Shua after a while. She had changed into an elegant light blue dress with a bit of makeup on. She wore a simple yet elegant light blue dress that was quite tight from top to waist, revealing the perfect curves of her chest and slender waist. The skirt around her lower body was wrinkled like flowers, rippling like waves as she walked. Her beautiful face was even more beautiful due to the light makeup she'd put on. Han Shua was truly stunned in that moment. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me so stupidly? Phoebe was a bit proud as she raised her head and asked Han Shua proudly. No, nothing. Han Shua's lips were a bit dry as he swallowed and responded. Laughing softly, Phoebe lifted her head and walked outside, bringing with her a faint fragrance as she passed by Han Shua. Phoebe finally opened her mouth when she reached the door. Let's go, we're going to the banquet now. Following behind Phoebe, Han Shua and Phoebe boarded a carriage that had been prepared earlier. 2 journeyman swordsmen acted as coachmen and the horses galloped off into the distance. Where are we going? Sitting in the carriage, Han Shua saw that Phoebe wasn't saying anything and was only sitting there as if thinking about something. He couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. The Empire's finance minister is hosting a banquet and has invited some well-known merchants of the Empire. This is a good time for merchants to gather and discuss business. Phoebe looked at Han Shua and explained. Startled, Han Shua said, Isn't that the banquet Lawrence's father is hosting? How do you know that Lawrence is the son of the finance minister? Phoebe was a bit surprised and asked Han Shua in confusion. Lawrence and I have a good relationship. We're both students at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. We've even done a few transactions before, so of course I know a few things about him. Han Shua didn't tell Phoebe that Lisa had told him about Lawrence. He said this matter-of-factly, as if he had a close relationship with Lawrence. Phoebe didn't suspect anything and nodded, so that's how it is. I hadn't thought that you'd be so close to my senior disciple. This is a bit surprising. The two then discussed a few things about Lawrence, mostly with Han Shua taking the opportunity to ask questions and Phoebe answering. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Phoebe seemed to know too much about Lawrence. She only knew that he was the son of the finance minister of the Empire. Although they shared the same master, the two hadn't met much. According to Phoebe, Lawrence didn't seem to be focused on training his martial arts. He spent more time discussing other random matters with their master than martial arts. It was no wonder that Lawrence's martial arts weren't that outstanding. Phoebe wasn't too clear on more things about Lawrence. She only said that Lawrence's conduct was good and that he had a good relationship with his master. In addition, Lawrence was a bit resourceful and seemed to be hiding many secrets on his body. It was just that Phoebe didn't know. The two chatted along the way and arrived at their destination unknowingly. When Han Shua alighted from the carriage, he discovered that this place wasn't too far from the Imperial Palace. After alighting from the carriage with Phoebe, the steward had already politely and humbly invited Han Shua and Phoebe in at the front of a luxurious manor. They passed through a corridor and entered a courtyard surrounded by fake mountains and flowing water. They discovered that all kinds of soft chairs had been arranged in the surroundings, and many exquisite and delicious desserts and wine had been placed on the flat ground beside the fake mountain. A few people dressed in luxurious clothing were scattered about, smiling as they chatted with wine glasses in their hands. When Han Shua and Phoebe walked in, the stunning Phoebe immediately drew the fiery gazes of the men present, as well as the jealous gazes of a few noble ladies. Hi, Phoebe, I'm very happy that you've come to participate in this banquet. A plain-looking, middle-aged man with nothing out of the ordinary suddenly called out softly on the lawn beside the flowing water and walked over with a smile. "Uncle Evie, how would Phoebe dare not come when you invited me?" Phoebe tugged on Han Shua's arm and walked towards the Empire's finance minister, Evie. Evie Edgard was Lawrence Edgard's father. Han Shua stared at Evie a few times and couldn't help but feel that Evie's looks were so ordinary. How could he have given birth to such a handsome son, Lawrence? Han Shua felt that it was inconceivable. Evie looked at Phoebe with a smile and asked in surprise when he saw Han Shua on the side, "Is this handsome fellow your boyfriend?" "Yes, Uncle Evie. He's called Brian and is quite familiar with senior brother Lawrence." Phoebe nodded and responded with a smile. She purposefully moved closer to Han Shua as she spoke and hooked her arm around Han Shua's wrist with a very sweet look on her face. Although he knew that Phoebe was doing this to purposefully prove their relationship to Evie, Han Shua still felt a bit odd to be held so intimately by Phoebe. "Oh, so that's how it is. Haha, Lawrence has also returned from the academy today and is changing into his formal attire. I think he'll come out in a bit. You two can have a good chat in a bit," Evie said with surprise and then smiled faintly at Han Shua and Phoebe. He said, "I'm a bit busy today and have to entertain other guests. Please excuse me for a moment." "Don't be so polite, Uncle Evie, go attend to your own matters," Phoebe said courteously. Evie had just left when a middle-aged man with a protruding belly and a wide build walked towards Phoebe with a cup of fine wine in his hand. The man suddenly saw Han Shua beside Phoebe before he'd even arrived in front of Phoebe. His face immediately darkened a bit, but he concealed it very well. "We haven't seen each other for a few days and Miss Phoebe is still so beautiful and moving. I wonder if you've considered the matter I mentioned to you last time." The man's fiery gaze was fixed on Phoebe's body when he arrived in front of Phoebe as he asked, "I'm sorry Mr. Cameron, but our Buzzed Merchant Guild is unwilling to join your merchant alliance." Phoebe's face recovered its coldness as she flicked a glance at Cameron and said faintly. Cameron's expression changed as he stared deeply at Phoebe a few times and then said, "The existence of our merchant guild is to deal with the merchants of the Brute Merchant Alliance. The McGrady Merchant Guild, as a member of the Brute Merchant Alliance, seems to be a great threat to your Buzzed Merchant Guild. I hope you'll carefully consider my proposal." Mr. Cameron, who are you talking to?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him as the voluptuous and well-dressed Emily suddenly walked out from behind Han Shua. Emily's expression had been relaxed and carefree, but when she saw Han Shua, her face immediately changed. When her gaze landed on Phoebe and Han Shua's arm, her eyes flickered uncontrollably as a pair of strange gazes focused on Han Shua and stopped moving. Chapter 135. Han Shua was even more startled. He never would have thought that he would bump into Emily here. Now that Phoebe's hand was wrapped around his arm, this was something that couldn't be explained at all. This beautiful young lady is currently the owner of the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Cameron's expression was a bit reserved when he saw Emily appear and he responded politely. At this moment, Emily's gaze was still focused on Han Shua. She only reacted after Cameron spoke and flicked a glance at Phoebe beside her, saying faintly, "So it's Miss Phoebe. This is Madame Emily, she's a member of the Betteridge family of the Empire. Her husband is the second son of the head of the Betteridge family, Mr. Han." Cameron glanced at Phoebe and clarified Emily's identity. The Betteridge family was a large family in the Empire's military. This family specialized in producing famed generals of the Empire, and the Betteridge family had made outstanding contributions to the Empire over the years. The current head of the family, Han, was already old and had already retired, but no one dared to ignore his influence in the military. When she heard that Emily was actually a member of the Betteridge family, Phoebe's eyes brightened and she gave a friendly bow, saying, "Madam Emily." You're too polite." This young fellow is quite handsome, is he your boyfriend?" Emily had completely recovered from her previous loss of composure. She giggled and stared at Han Shua as she asked. From the beginning, Phoebe had felt that Emily always seemed to be glancing at Han Shua, but because she heard that Emily was already married, she didn't think too much about it. Now that she heard Emily's question, she immediately tightened her grip on Han Shua's arm and said with a smile, "That's right, he's called Brian." "Hello, beautiful Madam Emily, nice to meet you for the first time." Han Shua politely extended his hand, wanting to shake Emily's hand. "I'm glad to meet you. You look like a friend of mine." Emily had a strange smile on her face. She reached out to shake Han Shua's hand. When they shook hands, Emily suddenly exerted force. With her back facing the ground, her fingertips fiercely poked the back of Han Shua's hand. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Han Shua knew that Emily must have done it on purpose. He grinned and showed a painful expression. Emily's expression didn't change. She seemed to be in a better mood after taking revenge on Han Shua. She released her hand and glanced at Han Shua and Phoebe. She calmly said to Phoebe, "Excuse me for a moment. Can I talk to you later?" "Of course." Phoebe readily agreed. Nodding, Emily swung her legs and leisurely walked away. Halfway through, she suddenly turned her head back and glared fiercely at Han Shua while Phoebe and the others weren't paying attention. She then made a vague hooking gesture with one of her hands behind her back. I'm going to the bathroom." Han Shua understood Emily's meaning. He leaned against Phoebe and whispered softly into her ear. He then shook off his arm from Phoebe's hand and left from Phoebe's side. He first circled around, then passed through a corridor and snuck towards the corner of a pavilion. Even without using the original demons, Han Shua's vision could still clearly grasp Emily's tracks. He avoided a few groups of people along the way and made his way behind an increasingly remote fake mountain. Just as he turned into the fake mountain, a figure suddenly walked out from the shadows and raised a hand to viciously pinch the soft flesh of Han Shua's waist. She whispered angrily into Han Shua's ear, "Why didn't you ever tell me that you actually had a girlfriend?" Han Shua didn't need to think to know that it was Emily who did it. He turned his hand around and hugged Emily tightly, then pressed Emily against the fake mountain. His large hand caressed Emily's perky round butt, his other hand locked onto her body, and he kissed Emily's luscious red lips. Emily struggled a bit and desperately pounded on Han Shua's chest, but she couldn't stop Han Shua's invasion at all. Her own body also gradually became hot and soft. Today, Emily wore a coffee-colored evening gown. The slender evening gown tightly wrapped around her alluring figure, and the curvaceous evening gown was tight and narrow, wrapping around Emily's slender legs and thighs. She looked like the lower body of a mermaid, making her figure appear slender. Her towering breasts, plump round buttocks, and slender and firm thighs were all clearly seen under the gown, revealing a strong sense of temptation. As she swayed her hips as she walked, Emily shone brilliantly, appearing incomparably beautiful. Han Shua had just noticed that many of the men in the scene were looking at Emily with a look of absent-mindedness, their eyeballs almost falling out of their sockets. Now that Emily was so alluring, of course, it also made Han Shua a bit restless. Now that he touched Emily's body, he found it even more difficult to extricate himself. Just as Han Shua's large hand reached into Emily's dress and began to move wantonly, the panting and moaning Emily struggled with all her might. She even begged in a low voice that sounded like she was sobbing, Don't do it here, it's too dangerous." The three original demons abruptly flew out from his neck and took in all of the surrounding gazes. Han Shua's lower body stood erect as he pressed close to Emily. When his left hand roamed around Emily's buttocks, he felt that Emily's lower body had long since become moist and smooth. He immediately said, "It's all right, I know what I'm doing. No one will find out." After speaking, Han Shua squatted down slightly and pulled up Emily's floor-length dress from her ankles, completely exposing Emily's slender, firm, and fair thighs. When Emily's dress had been pulled down to her waist by Han Shua panted heavily as he took off Emily's thin lace panties. It hadn't been completely taken off and was only hanging at her knees when Han Shua impatiently supported her buttocks and abruptly penetrated inside. The two suppressed their voices and moaned out in pleasure at the same time. They then panted heavily as they stood up and began to move, feeling extremely excited and stimulated. There were merchants drinking and chatting merrily in the vicinity during this affair. The two could even hear the sounds of toasts and chatter. It was this extremely dangerous place where they could be discovered at any time that made the two feel even more intense after being on tenterhooks. Even with Han Shua's astonishing physical strength, he quickly vented it out in this situation. Emily's almond-shaped eyes were even more dazed as she threw it 3 times in a row. "Speak, what's going on with that Phoebe?" When it was over, Emily opened her mouth and asked hatefully as she helped Han Shua clean up the filth. The carefree Han Shua closed his eyes comfortably and leaned against the fake mountain. He recounted what had happened with Phoebe. Emily's expression softened a bit after Han Shua had finished speaking, but she didn't completely believe Han Shua. She naughtily grabbed at Han Shua's lower body and said huffily, "When that little slut Phoebe held your arm, her expression was so natural and there was no pretense at all. I don't think your relationship is that simple." Han Shua cried out in surprise when his little brother was grabbed and hastily fixed his pants. He then breathed a sigh of relief and explained with a cheeky smile, all right, don't be jealous. We really don't have that kind of relationship. Brian, are you here? I've come to find you." It was at this moment that the original demon detected Lawrence's loudly shouting approach. Damn, why has he rushed over? Han Shua was startled and hurriedly arranged his clothes with Emily, his expression full of anxiety. Lawrence seemed to know that Han Shua was here. He shouted as he charged towards Han Shua. Han Shua pointed in another direction when Lawrence was about to arrive and said to Emily, "Hurry up and leave this place." Emily's heart was also in a mess at this moment and her footsteps were disorderly as she hurriedly walked away. Lawrence finally appeared and laughed heartily. "I asked someone just now and the steward said he saw you walking in this direction. You really are here." "Ah, who's that woman?" Lawrence opened his mouth to speak with a smile when he saw Han Shua. His eyes then suddenly caught sight of Emily's disappearing figure on the other side. He immediately exclaimed softly and looked at Han Shua with a face full of confusion. "No, nothing. Oh, no, I don't know." Han Shua had finally settled everything with great difficulty at this moment and was inwardly cursing Lawrence for being a bastard. He opened his mouth to speak somewhat incoherently. Lawrence's expression was odd as he looked at Han Shua a few times and suddenly said, "I heard Phoebe say that you're her boyfriend just now and was about to come over to have a good chat with you when I saw a woman leave this place. You didn't go behind my junior sister's back and run over here to meet with another woman, did you?" "Huh, how could that be? You must have seen wrongly or someone else just happened to pass by." Han Shua laughed and then suddenly changed the topic with a serious expression. He said to Lawrence, "What do you plan on doing regarding Clark's matter?" Seeming to see that Han Shua was purposefully changing the topic, Lawrence looked oddly at Han Shua and didn't continue to question Han Shua. He smiled and said, "My father is hosting a banquet today and you're attending as a guest. You should enjoy yourself and not talk about those dirty matters." Lawrence's words were exactly what Han Shua wanted. He walked out with a smile and said, "All right then, let's go enjoy the banquet." Nodding, Lawrence didn't say anything else and left the place with Han Shua, walking towards the banquet. No one knew when the melodious music started to play, but many of the guests outside had entered the hall inside the house. Amidst the melodious music, these people began to dance, while those who did not bring a partner or were not interested continued to stand outside alone. In the distance, Phoebe's expression was a bit irritated as she impatiently responded to Cameron's words. There was another woman beside Cameron with a disdainful sneer on her face. She seemed to be saying something to Phoebe, causing Phoebe's expression to grow uglier and uglier. "What's going on?" When Han Shua and Lawrence walked over, Han Shua frowned and opened his mouth to ask Phoebe. "Oh, this pretty boy is your boyfriend?" "Heh, he's just an ordinary student at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force." "How can he compare to Mr. Cameron's wealth?" "Oh, don't tell me you're the one who pays for this pretty boy's schooling? That would be very interesting." This woman was dressed in luxurious clothes and adorned with dazzling jewels, as if afraid that others wouldn't know that she was rich. Her looks were just barely passable, but her figure was a bit overly voluptuous and appeared a bit bloated. "Ah, who's this old granny?" When Han Shua walked over, he flicked a surprised glance at the woman and exclaimed to Phoebe. Phoebe covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Phoebe's expression then returned to normal as she said, "She's Madame Valerie of the Ryland Clothing Company." "Uncultured thing, which eye of yours sees that I look like an old granny?" Valerie was abnormally angry as she put her hands on her hips and glared at Han Shua. Pointing at his left eye, Han Shua said, "This left eye." He then pointed at the other eye and continued, "And this right eye." A trace of a pleased smile appeared on Phoebe's lips as she walked over to gently hold Han Shua's arm. She said to Valerie, "He's just this honest, I'm really sorry." As a swordmaster, there was no need to doubt Phoebe's strength, but she wasn't good at bickering with others and couldn't bring herself to do so. However, with Han Shua taking the lead, Phoebe, who wasn't a pushover to begin with, didn't mind fanning the flames and cooperating a bit. "Old granny, you're already so old. Wouldn't it be better to just stay at home and enjoy your old age? Why come out and wander around in public? In addition, the age difference between us is too great, to the point where we can no longer communicate. If you really can't stand the loneliness, you can find someone of your age to communicate with." Han Shua turned a blind eye to Valerie's anger as he spoke with vicious sarcasm. He then pointed at a person in front of him and said, "Look, that old man over there is the most suitable person for you to communicate with. You can send him an electric current and maybe even have an evening love." In the direction Han Shua was pointing at, an old man with grizzled hair and a walking stick was sitting on a chair not far away, slowly drinking wine. Valerie glanced at the old man and was so angry that her face was flushed and the two fleshy eggs on her chest swayed back and forth. She turned to glare angrily at Han Shua, but didn't know what to say. Cameron, Phoebe, and Lawrence followed Han Shua's gaze and looked at the old man at the same time. Phoebe smiled lightly and secretly pinched Han Shua, seeming to blame Han Shua for joking with the old man. Cameron glanced at the old man and turned his head away, quietly persuading Valerie not to be angry. However, when Lawrence saw the old man, the expression on his face abruptly changed, appearing a bit startled and astonished. In the end, he even revealed a strange wry smile. "Young man, I heard you bad-mouthing me from afar." The old man suddenly turned around at this moment and looked at Han Shua with bright, piercing eyes as he spoke in a loud and clear voice. Chapter 136. Han Shua was flabbergasted on the spot, and then saw the old man stand up from his seat and walk over. Han Shua hadn't noticed it when he'd been sitting there just now, but when the old man straightened his back, he immediately appeared to be extraordinarily bold and powerful. He looked tall and broad, and didn't appear to be doddering at all. Phoebe pinched Han Shua discreetly, indicating for Han Shua to hurry up and say something. On the other side, Lawrence also shot Han Shua a look, seemingly urging Han Shua to hurry up and apologize to the old man. Han Shua smiled wryly when he saw the old man walk over. "Your ears are quite sharp, but I didn't say anything bad about you. I just wanted to introduce you to an old companion." "Oh? That's a bit interesting, I didn't think you'd be so kind." The old man flicked a glance at Han Shua after walking over, making Han Shua feel a bit of a chill in his heart. He then pointed at Phoebe and smiled faintly. "Are you referring to this beautiful girl? If it's her, I'd be very happy to, heh." Han Shua was immediately taken aback when these words were spoken. Phoebe's face flushed red as she glared fiercely at Han Shua, seemingly blaming Han Shua for inviting trouble onto himself. "No, that girl's obviously not your age. I think this old granny is more suitable for you." Han Shua felt that his aura was a bit obstructed in front of the old man, as if he was trying to break free from that oppressive feeling. He forced himself to open his mouth and continue spouting nonsense without the slightest scruple. On the other side, Lawrence looked a bit anxious as he repeatedly shot meaningful looks at Han Shua, but it was still a bit too late. Han Shua had already said what he wanted to say. "You uncultured, Blind thing. How am I a good match for this old thing? Are you tired of living? Valerie was extremely furious as she glared fiercely at Han Shuo and snarled. She even glared at the old man when she was done. Young man, you must be joking. Although I'm not young, I'm obviously not as old as this lady. I think she might be a better match for my deceased grandfather. The old man actually chuckled and retaliated viciously when he heard Valerie curse at him as well. He was already quite old, so his words directly belittled Valerie to the point of being worthless. Valerie was almost seething with anger when she heard these words. She immediately glared at the old man and shouted angrily, "You old fart, how dare you say that of me?" Paw! Lawrence suddenly raised his hand and directly slapped the noblewoman's face. He said to Cameron beside him with a cold expression, "Uncle Cameron, your friend is too rude. Our family doesn't welcome such a person. Please ask her to leave immediately." Cameron's expression changed slightly, as if he didn't understand why Lawrence would actually do such a thing. That upper-class woman was almost going crazy. Traces of blood could be faintly seen on her left hand that was covering her mouth. It seemed that Lawrence's slap wasn't light at all. Cameron faintly felt that something was wrong and was about to ask Lawrence what he meant when the finance minister Evie walked over from the distance. He immediately cried out in surprise when he saw the old man and immediately came up to salute. "Old Mr. Han, why are you here?" Han Shuo was startled and then suddenly remembered Emily's identity that Cameron had mentioned earlier. The current head of the Betteridge family was called Han. Han Shuo looked at the old man again as he thought of this and faintly guessed his identity. Cameron's expression also changed greatly as he shouted coldly at Valerie in a low voice, "Shut up." Stopping Valerie, who'd planned on continuing to make a ruckus, Cameron then said to the old man in fear and trepidation, "I'm sorry Mr. Han, we've been rude. I'll take her away now and personally visit you in a few days to apologize." Valerie finally reacted at this moment and her expression was full of fear. She stood there at a loss and didn't know what to say. It was obvious that Han's identity had intimidated her. "No need, our Betteridge family can't tolerate people like you." Han's expression was the same as usual as he coldly glanced at the two and said faintly. Cameron's expression was still humble as he repeatedly apologized. He forcibly pulled Valerie, who was at a loss, and quickly walked outside. As he was about to leave, he kept bowing and apologizing to Han in a humble manner until Han's silhouette disappeared. In this world, no matter how many gold coins a merchant earned, their social status would never be as high as a dignitary like Han. Especially since the Han family was a high-ranking member of the military, Han's status in the Lancelot Empire was extremely noble. A businessman like Cameron wouldn't dare offend Han no matter what. "Little fellow, you've got some guts." After Cameron left and Lawrence and Evie had already explained Han's identity, Han Shuo still had the same expression and didn't apologize or display much fear. This caused Han to be a bit surprised as he snorted lightly at Han Shuo and opened his mouth. Actually, Han Shuo was also a bit surprised after learning of Han's identity. However, Han Shuo hadn't said anything too rude just now and therefore wasn't afraid of Han. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Han Shuo smiled modestly and said, "I was only joking with you just now. I think with your magnanimity, you definitely wouldn't mind." "Heh, everyone knows that I'm very narrow-minded." Han laughed oddly and said something that exceeded Han Shuo's expectations. Han Shuo was a bit taken aback by his words and stood there blankly, not knowing what to say. Father, what are you guys chatting about here?" At this moment, Emily had changed into a new set of clothes and walked over. She first flicked a glance at Han Shuo and then looked at Han in astonishment. Emily had married Han's second son, but that unlucky fellow hadn't even had the time to consummate his marriage with Emily before being sent to the battlefield by Han. In the end, he never returned, leaving behind Emily as a widow. Therefore, after Emily had become the Betteridge family's daughter-in-law, old Han had always blamed himself and felt that he owed his son and daughter-in-law. It was said that he loved Emily dearly and treated her even more than his own son. "It's nothing, I just met an interesting little fellow." Let's go, I'll go dance with you." I really don't understand you. You've never brought a dance partner to your previous banquets, but this time you're forcefully dragging an old fellow like me along. I'll be tormented to death by you sooner or later. Old Han first spoke carelessly, then chuckled and mumbled to himself as he walked towards the banquet hall. Emily had originally wanted to say something, but she could only quickly keep up after old Han had left. But before she left, Emily still discreetly swept a glance at Han Shua. Old Han's words seemed to be hinting at something. Han Shua thought for a moment and understood that it might be because of him that Emily had changed. He couldn't help but feel a bit moved. So she's Madame Emily. This should be the first time I've seen her, but why does her back look a bit familiar? Lawrence looked in the direction that Emily had disappeared in and flicked a glance at Han Shua, speaking in a low voice of confusion. Lawrence's words clearly hinted at something, especially the last glance at Han Shua. It made Han Shua feel that Lawrence seemed to have discovered something. But for Han Shua, his relationship with Phoebe was fake. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that Lawrence would tell Phoebe about his relationship with Emily. His heart was steady and he didn't panic. Little Phoebe, you haven't offended old Han, have you? Finance Minister Evie looked at Phoebe after Han and Emily had left and asked with some worry. Don't worry about Phoebe's matters. Go do your own things and don't worry about it. Leave this to me. Lawrence stood at the side and suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Evie seemed to be very obedient to Lawrence's words. When Lawrence spoke, Evie nodded and didn't say anything else, smiling as he left. Don't worry, old Mr. Han isn't someone who can't tell right from wrong. He won't make things difficult for you, I can guarantee that. The ball has already started, you can go enjoy yourselves. Lawrence smiled faintly at Han Shua and Phoebe after Evie had left. I understand, senior brother. Phoebe said with a smile and then tugged at Han Shua, saying casually, let's go, dance with me. Han Shua started and said with some panic, forget it, I don't know how to dance, not at all. Phoebe started and hesitated. Just as she was about to give up, her eyebrows suddenly arched and she said a bit mischievously, don't worry, I can teach you. It's very simple. Forget it, I'm very stupid. It wouldn't look good if I made a fool of myself in public. Han Shua shook his head with a wry smile. Raising her slender, white neck, Phoebe said a bit reproachfully, didn't you promise me before? Don't try to avoid the problem. She didn't wait for Han Shua's response. As soon as she'd finished speaking and Phoebe directly grabbed onto the crook of Han Shua's arm, forcibly pulling Han Shua towards the dance floor, not allowing Han Shua to refuse at all. Chapter 137. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only comply with Phoebe's tugging, and the two of them walked to the dance floor. After arriving at the dance floor, Han Shua saw businessmen and some dignitaries, all holding the waists of young ladies as they danced gracefully on the dance floor. When Han Shua was brought to a corner by Phoebe, he stared blankly and didn't move at all. He only narrowed his eyes to observe the dance steps of these people, hoping that it wouldn't be too embarrassing later. Come, put your arm around my waist. Phoebe twisted her body and stood face to face with Han Shua. She raised her slender jade-like hand, and her left hand had already fallen into Han Shua's right hand. Then Phoebe's right hand twisted Han Shua's left hand and placed it on her own waist. As soon as Phoebe's small hand fell into Han Shua's big hand, Han Shua's heart fluttered for no reason. The smooth, warm, and boneless little hand was very comfortable to the touch. Han Shua couldn't help but pinch Phoebe's palm, causing Phoebe's entire body to tremble slightly, and her cheeks unknowingly became rosy. Glaring at Han Shua, Phoebe said softly, "Don't misbehave." When Han Shua's big hand fell on Phoebe's waist, the two of them were so close that they could smell each other's scent. Even when they spoke, the breath in their mouths would blow into each other's nostrils and mouth. "Let's go, I'll lead you to dance. Just follow my rhythm." Phoebe didn't dare to look directly at Han Shua. She lowered her head and said softly, She took a deep breath, and put her empty little hand on Han Shua's shoulder, and slowly walked to the dance floor. Accompanied by the melodious and beautiful music, Phoebe seemed to open up her heart. She didn't continue to be reserved and didn't dare to look directly at Han Shua. Her beautiful eyes stared deeply at Han Shua, and she explained the essentials of the dance to Han Shua in a low voice. With Han Shua's current eyesight and intelligence, he had already understood the rhythm of the dance after a round of observation just now. After listening to Phoebe's careful explanation and following Phoebe's lead for a few steps, he immediately grasped the essentials. His initial unfamiliarity slowly became proficient. Phoebe was a sword master, and her own strength was great. Her body's flexibility and agility were naturally extraordinary, and Han Shua, who had experienced the refinement of magical yuan, had all aspects of his body that surpassed ordinary people. When the two's bodies were close together, their coordination reached the same level, and their dance immediately became very harmonious and moving. Their bodies leaning against each other, and their hands holding each other, their coordination was very tacit. Often, when Phoebe sent a glance over, Han Shua would be able to understand Phoebe's meaning, and his footsteps followed Phoebe's slow and fast movements as he spun. This kind of wonderful feeling made Phoebe and Han Shua's hearts ripple with a peculiar feeling at the same time. When the song ended, both of them felt a bit unsatisfied, and then the next song started. Phoebe directly pulled Han Shua and danced again. The two cooperated tacitly, and the handsome man and beautiful woman danced gracefully, performing the dance song to perfection once again, attracting the attention of many in the audience. As his heart was in a good mood, Han Shua's eyes swept around and suddenly noticed Emily, who was dancing with old Han not far away. A pair of eyes filled with jealousy focused hatefully on his body. This made Han Shua's heart jump, and he smiled bitterly at Emily from afar. Seeing that Han Shua had finally noticed her gaze, Emily felt a bit angry in her heart. She fiercely rolled her eyes at Han Shua, telling Han Shua that she was truly jealous. At this time, Han Shua really had no way of explaining anything, and could only smile bitterly at Emily from afar. At this time, a few waiters appeared from 3 directions. Their gazes flickered, and their footsteps were light and slow, as if they were hiding something. Originally, Han Shua didn't pay much attention, but his sensitive ears seemed to filter out the melodious music, and he heard an extremely faint ding sound. This sound was like the sound of jade or jewelry touching metal. His heart slightly stirred, Han Shua's expression tensed, and his gaze involuntarily began to carefully examine the waiters who had just appeared. Just as everyone was immersed in the romantic dance, the appearance of a few waiters carrying trays of wine seemed a bit abrupt. In addition, although the waiters' gazes were calm, they would involuntarily fall on old Han on the dance floor, and there was a faint cold glint in their gazes. Following Han Shua's observation, Han Shua saw the waiters slowly converge in one direction from several directions. Based on Emily and old Han's dance steps, they would move to where the waiters were in the span of a few breaths. From the waiters' gazes, Han Shua faintly felt that something was wrong. His heart stirred, Han Shua's forehead leaned forward, and he moved his lips to Phoebe's ear. Phoebe, who was immersed in the dance, instantly sensed Han Shua's movements. Her heart was thrown into chaos, and the redness of her cheeks spread to her neck. Phoebe first moved her neck slightly to the left, as if she wanted to increase the distance between Han Shua's lips and her neck. After moving like this, Phoebe quickly lifted her head to sneak a glance at Han Shua, and discovered that Han Shua's brows were furrowed. This made Phoebe's heart even more flustered. After hesitating for a moment, Phoebe seemed to make up her mind. She secretly rolled her eyes at Han Shua, and her neck no longer evaded. Her blushing cheeks seemed to be waiting for something. Those waiters seemed to want to harm old Han and Madame Emily. I made a joke out of old Han just now. Move over with me now, I'll return old Han a favor. Han Shua finally moved his lips to Phoebe's ear, and spoke softly. Her body first trembled with anticipation, and when Han Shua finished speaking, Phoebe's body suddenly stiffened from softness. A trace of disappointment flashed through her heart, and she pulled away from Han Shua, using her gaze to indicate to Han Shua that she understood. Seeing Phoebe's gaze, Han Shua, who had a good rapport with her, already knew that Phoebe understood everything. Nodding his head, Han Shua didn't say anything more. He and Phoebe secretly changed their dance steps, unknowingly swapping places with another person, and quickly moving towards old Han and Emily. For Han Shua, he was of course not doing this to return old Han a favor, but entirely because Emily was there. When Emily, who was dancing with old Han, saw Han Shua repeatedly blink at her, she thought that Han Shua was feeling guilty and trying to explain something. She glared angrily at Han Shua and turned her head away, no longer looking at Han Shua, seeming to be at the height of her anger. Seeing that danger was approaching, Han Shua's heart grew calmer and calmer. His gaze focused on the bodies of the waiters, his mind clearly calculating the route and timing of their attack, calculating precisely when they would make their move. When Emily and old Han finally reached that corner, Han Shua's large hand that was wrapped around Phoebe's waist suddenly exerted force, and the two spinning steps abruptly sped up as they moved towards Emily. At the same time, the previously peaceful gazes and temperaments of the fake waiters, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly changed. A cold and sinister aura emanated from their bodies. The hands holding the wine trays suddenly raised with force, and the wine trays flew fiercely towards Emily and old Han. Their bodies also moved at the same time, daggers sparkling with cold light piercing towards old Han and Emily like lightning. Emily and old Han, who had been dancing to the melodious music, suddenly had a drastic change in their expressions. However, when they reacted, the fatal attacks were already within reach. A dagger pierced towards Emily, and 4 aimed at old Han. A total of 5 assassins moved nimbly, and their actions were clean and efficient. One could tell that they were veterans who had undergone arduous training with a single glance. A shrill whistle suddenly sounded, seeming all the more ear-piercing amidst the melodious music. The demon's lair edge shot out of his sleeve like lightning according to Han Shua's will, aiming straight for the dagger piercing towards Emily. At this moment, Han Shua and Phoebe happened to arrive at old Han's side amidst the rapid rotation. Before the assassin could react, they had already rushed into the other 4's encirclement. Han Shua and Phoebe, who had been prepared for this, made a move at the same time. Han Shua blocked the blow with a dagger forged by the dwarves, while Phoebe spun her longsword and hit the 2 daggers hard into the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Han Shua's back slammed fiercely, attempting to push old Han away from danger. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, this sudden collision didn't knock old Han away. Old Han's upper body swayed slightly, his large hands suddenly grabbing at the air, grabbing a flying wine tray. After smashing it backwards, he blocked the last dagger stabbing at him with a loud clang. Han Shua and Phoebe, who had suddenly rushed out, blocked the 3 daggers stabbing at old Han and completely disrupted the assassin's plans. The 5 attendants looked at each other and didn't make another move. They quickly retreated outside as screams and ghostly screams rang out from the dance floor. Everyone dodged in a panic. Old Han and Phoebe each kept an eye on an assassin and immediately chased after them. Han Shua swiftly dashed to Emily's side when old Han and Phoebe had made their move. He grabbed Emily's hand and asked lowly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, hurry up and chase after the assassins." Emily was worthy of being a senior executive of the Dark Mantle. She didn't reveal the slightest bit of panic and immediately yelled at Han Shua. "It's not my business. As long as you're all right, everything else has nothing to do with me." Han Shua shook his head and casually picked up a wine glass beside him to pour himself some wine. He stood motionlessly in the same spot as he watched Emily slowly drink her wine. He didn't have any intentions of getting up. You hateful, bad brat." It was obvious from Han Shua's words that he placed Emily's safety first and couldn't be bothered with anything else. Emily was both angry at Han Shua for being disobedient and touched by Han Shua's concern when she heard him say this. She called out in rebuke. The dance floor had long since become a chaotic mess at this time. The merchants had all lost their heads out of fear and fled towards the plaza outside of the dance floor when they saw the sudden change. No one noticed Han Shua and Emily's conversation. Han Shua and Emily finally walked outside when they saw that there were fewer and fewer people on the dance floor. A shrill whistle sounded when they reached the door. The demon's lair edge passed through the panicked crowd and abruptly landed in Han Shua's palm, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The person who tried to assassinate you just now is already dead, Han Shua said faintly to Emily after putting away the demon's lair edge. The demon's lair edge had flown close to the ground just now and naturally hadn't been discovered in the panic of the bystanders. However, Emily, who was walking beside Han Shua, had seen the demon's lair edge miraculously fly back on its own and then hide in Han Shua's sleeve. She was immediately dumbfounded. Just what is the weapon you used? Emily's voice trembled as she looked at Han Shua in disbelief. The demon's lair edge, which could fly according to one's will, could naturally be described as unfathomable in this world. It was within reason for Emily to have such a shocking reaction. Smiling slightly mysteriously, Han Shua explained confidently, "This has something to do with the martial arts technique that I practice. It's hard to explain to you, but you only need to know that my weapon is indeed a bit different. That's enough. Bad boy, just how many secrets are hidden on your body?" Emily's beautiful eyes sparkled as they focused on Han Shua's body, asking with extreme curiosity. Shrugging, Han Shua smiled faintly and didn't say a word. His expression was enigmatic, making Emily's teeth itch with anxiety. She wanted nothing more than to disregard her bearing and bite him on the spot. As Han Shua and Emily conversed in low voices, the chaotic scene was gradually brought under control. After a while, Phoebe and Old Han returned from several directions, including the somewhat flustered finance minister Evie and the gloomy Lawrence. One escaped and the rest committed suicide. We couldn't find any clues from their bodies. When Phoebe arrived, she first looked in surprise at Han Shua and Emily and then spoke to Han Shua in a low voice. Before Phoebe and the others had returned, Han Shua and Emily had already distanced themselves from each other. Their expressions had also returned to normal and they didn't display anything out of the ordinary. Therefore, although Phoebe was curious as to why Han Shua wasn't chasing after the killers and was with Emily, she didn't ask much. "Young man, thank you for lending a hand and saving me and Emily." Old Han smiled approvingly at Han Shua when he came over. "Don't mention it, just think of it as me repaying you for making fun of you just now. Haha, even if old Mister is truly narrow-minded, you'll be too embarrassed to make trouble for me now." Han Shua winked at Old Han and teased. Old Han laughed heartily when these words were spoken and said to Han Shua, "Interesting, what an interesting young man." Chapter 138. I'm sorry, our defense wasn't good enough and caused you to be frightened. Finance Minister Evie said to Han with a worried expression. Waving his hand, Han's expression was solemn as he said seriously, "Evie, don't apologize, I won't pursue the matter. Don't investigate this matter either, I'll handle it myself." Evie first breathed a sigh of relief when Han said this, and then asked in astonishment, "Why?" "Honorable father, since Grandpa Han has said so, you don't need to worry so much." Lawrence's face was a bit gloomy as he spoke to Evie. Lawrence, you don't need to worry either. I know who did this." Han flicked a glance at Lawrence and seemed to know something as he spoke. Lawrence nodded indifferently and looked at Han Shua and Phoebe. He hesitated and asked Phoebe, "Did Cameron force you to join their merchant alliance?" But I've already refused him." Phoebe responded. "Very good, you must not compromise, otherwise your Bust Merchant Guild will face an enormous crisis." Lawrence mused for a bit and advised Phoebe. Han Shua listened to all of their conversations and observed them for a while. He seemed to grasp something from Lawrence and Han's conversation, but because the two of them hadn't talked about anything substantial, Han Shua didn't ask too many questions. Han Shua wasn't that curious about other people's affairs. Seeing that it was difficult to continue the banquet because of this assassination, Han Shua lazily stretched and said to Phoebe, "I think the banquet is over, can we leave now?" Rolling her eyes at Han Shua, Phoebe bowed slightly to Evie and old Han, saying with a smile, "We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave first." Evie couldn't keep them any longer since this situation had occurred. He sighed lowly and said apologetically, "All right then, be careful on your way back. Brian, remember what we said. I'll look for you tomorrow. Don't go missing for a few days again." Seeing that Phoebe and Han Shua were about to leave, Lawrence suddenly reminded Han Shua not to forget their earlier agreement. Han Shua nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to leave, Han spoke again, "So your name is Brian." "Hee, I'll remember you." Smiling without replying, Han Shua and Phoebe left the banquet together with some merchants who had left in a hurry. They boarded their respective carriages and returned to their original route. Who is it that wants to kill old Han? Even I know that old Mr. Han has made outstanding contributions to the Empire. Many of the current officers in the Empire's army were once old Mr. Han's subordinates. With his position, there shouldn't be many in the entire Empire who would dare touch him. After entering the carriage, Phoebe frowned slightly and spoke faintly. Just in case, the three original demons had been placed nearby and were constantly paying attention to any changes in the surroundings. After Phoebe had finished speaking, Han Shua thought for a bit and said, "We helped old Han today, and may have attracted trouble as well. However, for your company, there are definitely more advantages than disadvantages if you can maintain a good relationship with old Han." But this matter doesn't have much to do with me. Besides, I'm not afraid of anything since I'm all alone, but you have to be careful." Flashing her teeth in a smile, Phoebe said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "Then I won't say more. You should be able to clearly explain what you promised me, right?" Han Shua first nodded and then straightened his body slightly, staring at Phoebe as he asked. All right, look at you like that. That batch of treasure that I don't know where you got it from, but I've specifically had someone estimate it. It's worth more than 40,000 gold coins and is completely enough to offset all the random materials you've purchased. In addition, I've also prepared a large amount of food for you. However, it will take some time for you to get a space ring with a larger capacity, so there's no stock on the market for the moment. The attack at the banquet hadn't affected Phoebe's mood at all, and she spoke with a cheerful expression at this moment. Han Shua finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Phoebe's words. He displayed an extremely gratified expression and said with a laugh, "I'm at ease with you handling things. Forget about the space ring, I've just obtained one with a larger capacity. You can take what you need when we arrive at the company. I've already taken the risk to gather all the materials for you when I didn't know if you had enough gold coins. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Phoebe raised her head proudly and exclaimed softly. Han Shua was a bit moved when he heard Phoebe's words. He understood that Phoebe had taken the risk to do so purely because of their friendship. Phoebe had even thought of paying for it herself. From this, it could be seen that Phoebe was indeed a friend worth making. Just as Han Shua was feeling grateful, Phoebe reached out and pinched Han Shua's leg, then glared at Han Shua and said, "You dared to lie to me that you didn't know how to dance. Who knows how skilled you've become in the end? You're the worst." In all honesty, before this banquet, Han Shua truly didn't know how to dance. He had completely muddled through learning on the spot. However, due to the development of his brain, Han Shua's learning speed was too abnormal. This caused Phoebe to think that Han Shua was faking it. "I'm innocent, I really didn't know how to dance before, it's all thanks to your good teaching." Han Shua complained as he flattered Phoebe. Do you like dancing with me?" All of a sudden, Phoebe lowered her head and asked softly, looking a bit shy. Nodding, Han Shua casually replied, "It feels pretty good." "Then, I want you to promise me that you'll dance with me again next time. Otherwise, I won't help you in the future." Phoebe's face lit up as she said cheerfully. Okay, I promise. As long as you help me seriously, I'll promise you anything you want. Even murder and arson aren't a problem, not to mention dancing." There were many things that he would need to trouble Phoebe with in the future, so Han Shua agreed without hesitation. The two of them didn't run into any trouble along the way as they chatted happily. When they returned to the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Phoebe took out the materials that Han Shua needed, including several warehouses full of rations and daily necessities. She was about to fill up Han Shua's current space ring. "Help me keep the rest of the gold coins first. These are the other materials that I need you to purchase. Continue to help me collect them." The Wood Elite Zombie and Een Demon both needed to be refined, so Han Shua had long since made another list. He handed it to Phoebe after taking care of the matters that needed to be taken care of. Skimming through the list that Han Shua handed over, Phoebe looked at Han Shua in surprise, saying, "Food for 100 people and all sorts of strange materials, just what are you planning to do?" "Heh, nothing much, nothing much. Just take care of it for me. I'll give you the gold coins next time I come over." Han Shua didn't explain too much and left the Buzzed Merchant Guild after saying this, returning to the academy by himself. When Han Shua returned to the Necromancy Major, the sky had already darkened. The cold wind in the winter night whizzed past, and the bone-chilling cold made it so that no one was willing to walk outside. However, a figure stood not far from the entrance to the dorms, shivering from the cold. Her small face was red as she continuously walked around a stone statue not far away. "What are you doing here?" Han Shua couldn't help but ask when he saw that this figure was Lisa. "I'm waiting for you." Lisa's eyes shone with joy when she saw Han Shua appear. She quickly walked towards Han Shua and spoke urgently. His brow furrowed, Han Shua took off the coat he was wearing and wrapped it around Lisa. He asked puzzledly, "It's such a cold night, why are you waiting for me here alone?" Han Shua's actions made Lisa's small face light up with joy. She then said with a frown, "My mother is sick and I need to make a trip home. I may not be back for a long time. I want to say goodbye to you." "It's just a goodbye, you can come find me tomorrow. Why do you have to wait for me tonight?" Han Shua saw that Lisa was still shivering and hesitated for a moment before activating that mystical glacial spellfire. He slowly waved his right hand and waves of warmth surged forth, warming Lisa's shivering body. "You often disappear mysteriously because I'm leaving early in the morning. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to see you, so I waited for you here. I didn't know if you would come, but you finally came back." Lisa's body warmed up and she breathed out comfortably, speaking softly to Han Shua. Actually you don't need to say goodbye to me." Han Shua felt that the atmosphere was a bit off and held back for a while before speaking. Lisa was silent for a moment and stared at Han Shua with a burning gaze. She suddenly said, "Brian, you said that you like me. Now that you're no longer an errand boy or slave, come home with me. We can be together." Han Shua was shocked when he heard this and stood there dumbly. He looked at Lisa's serious expression and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 139. I have a but full of things to do right now. I'm afraid I don't have the time to go back with you." Han Shua mused for a moment and said to Lisa. Han Shua had initially detested Lisa, but as they interacted more and more, Han Shua realized that Lisa wasn't that malicious of a person, but was just a bit too pure. Especially later on, Lisa had protected him at every turn. This made it difficult for Han Shua to be like before and harbor thoughts of revenge against Lisa. However, although he no longer detested Lisa, Han Shua didn't have any romantic feelings for her. Therefore, Han Shua could only casually dodge Lisa's suggestion. Lisa was silent for a short while after Han Shua's words and then nodded, "All right then, I'll go home tomorrow. I hope that you'll be even stronger the next time I see you." Lisa obviously didn't take these words to heart as she smiled at Han Shua after she'd finished speaking and then walked back to the female dorms alone, her figure trembling slightly from behind. Shaking his head and sighing, Han Shua only walked back to his own dorm room when he saw Lisa disappear. Han Shua had just pushed the door open when a longsword was already stabbing towards his chest. His expression abruptly changed as Han Shua retreated outside without a second thought. It was a pity that the longsword was like lightning and had already reached Han Shua's chest in a flash. Han Shua, who'd taken a step back, suddenly fell to the side. The longsword pierced through Han Shua's ribs and pierced deep into Han Shua's body, instantly injuring him. The remaining force of the attack was quickly withdrawn by the ambusher. Han Shua didn't make a sound as the piercing pain assaulted his body. The demon's lair edge suddenly shot out from his right sleeve and pierced through the door, directly stabbing towards the ambusher behind the door. Dark green fighting aura suddenly shot out and the door was instantly shattered into pieces. A masked person suddenly appeared in front of Han Shua with the sound of metal colliding. With Han Shua's current eyesight, this level of concealment would have no effect on someone he'd met once. Han Shua hadn't thought that Clark would be so frightening and persistent. He'd retreated in a panic last night and hadn't thought that he'd be hiding in the dorms tonight to make a move against him. Because he felt a bit apologetic towards Lisa, Han Shua hadn't paid much attention to it in the middle of the night in the dormitory. Therefore, he'd relaxed his guard. He hadn't thought that Clark would actually launch a sneak attack. This was why he'd been injured by the sneak attack from the start. As an Earth Rider, Clark's fighting aura should also be milky white. It looked like after experiencing last night's failure, Clark had finally understood that Han Shua wouldn't be easy to deal with and was much more cautious in his actions this time. These thoughts flashed through Han Shua's mind like lightning. Before the concealed Clark's next stab, Han Shua looked at Clark and abruptly exerted force in his feet, retreating explosively outwards as he yelled, "Assassin!" With a bang, Han Shua's back suddenly pressed against a solid ice barrier. When he turned around, he discovered that there was only air behind him. His heart immediately changed as he knew that Clark had been prepared this time. Han Shua had focused all of his mental strength after Clark had appeared and could sense that there wasn't a third person in the surroundings. As an Earth Rider, Clark must have used expensive magic scrolls that didn't require magical guidance in order to be able to set up such a solid ice barrier in the surroundings. Only then would he be able to set up a solid ice barrier in the surroundings and block all of Han Shua's escape routes, including the transmission of sound. Indeed, a back collision didn't break through the ice barrier. Han Shua could clearly see a look of ridicule flash through Clark's eyes, which were only showing his eyes. A ball of dark green fighting aura then blossomed once again, presenting the appearance of churning waves as it surged towards Han Shua. His thoughts moved and the demon's lair edge that had just returned to his hand suddenly whistled sharply under the infusion of magical yuan. It danced with an exceedingly scorching wave of fire to defend against Clark's fighting aura attack. It was a pity that halfway through this wave of fighting aura, Clark's eyes flashed as he sensed the strange energy that had suddenly appeared after Han Shua's magical yuan had activated the demon's lair edge. Han Shua then discovered that the wave of fighting aura that was churning towards him was dark green in color at the front, and then became a milky white towards the back. Without even thinking, Han Shua knew that Clark had finally revealed his hidden strength because he had sensed an unknown energy and was afraid of making a mistake. He had completely displayed the strength that an Earth Rider should have. Although magical yuan had boundless power, Han Shua had only trained for a few months after all. Han Shua was certain that it would be difficult for him to defend against this wave of attacks. His mind raced with extreme speed as the three original demons circling around Clark instantly dove into Clark's body under Han Shua's orders, gnawing away at the essence blood in Clark's body without a care for anything else. Ah! Clark, who hadn't made a sound, immediately howled in pain under the gnawing of the original demons. The milky white fighting aura that had just blossomed was mostly absorbed back into Clark's body, attempting to destroy the three original demons that were causing trouble. An enormous bang rang out as Han Shua and Clark's attack, which had been condensed from fighting aura and magical yuan, finally collided. Han Shua stumbled as his head felt a bit dizzy. Suddenly, 3 waves of piercing pain were reflected in Han Shua's nerves. Han Shua's somewhat muddled mind immediately cleared up as he understood that the 3 original demons had most likely been destroyed in Clark's body. Focusing his attention on Clark, Han Shua discovered that Clark's eyes were staring at his body with fear, a trickle of fresh blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. Due to the 3 original demons gnawing away at the essence blood, Clark's body must have been injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking at his body with such a fearful gaze. After all, for the people of this world, having an unknown entity enter the body and gnaw away at the essence blood was absolutely an unforgettable experience. The demon's layer edge was infused with magical yuan anew and carried a scorching hot aura as it pierced into the solid ice boundary behind Han Shua's back. A crisp bang sounded out as Han Shua's face lit up with joy and he abruptly dashed towards the hallway. Just as Han Shua raised his head and was about to call out, Clark, who had felt the boundary shatter, suddenly leapt through Han Shua's window and swiftly fled outside. His figure was also a bit ragged. It looked like he also knew that his plan to kill Han Shua this time would be for naught once the boundary shattered. Therefore, he immediately retreated. Opening his mouth, Han Shua didn't call out. Now that Clark had left, even if Han Shua called out, it wouldn't have much effect. Because of the soundproofing, the students in Han Shua's dormitory and hallway didn't wake up the students in the other dormitories even though they'd experienced an extremely dangerous fight. Looking at the shattered dormitory door, Han Shua exhaled lightly with lingering fear and silently walked in. The 3 original demons that he'd painstakingly refined had been destroyed by the fighting aura within Clark's body because they needed to restrain Clark. However, it was because of these 3 original demons that Han Shua's life was saved. Although the 3 original demons had been destroyed, Clark's body had also been injured by the original demons gnawing away at his essence blood. Clark needed to recuperate his body in a short period of time and it would be difficult for him to make a second move. That's good as well. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. It looks like I can start refining demons of an even higher level. When I advance to the true demon stage and refine the Earth Elite Zombie and demons into the world, that will be the time of your death. Han Shua murmured to himself. The next day, morning. Lawrence found Han Shua as promised and the two sat down in Han Shua's dormitory. Clark came last night and I almost didn't see you. The door was still in pieces and there were obvious signs of a fight in the surroundings. Han Shua didn't hide anything and got straight to the point. Startled, Lawrence said in surprise, "That fast?" Nodding, Han Shua said, I didn't expect it either. However, Clark was also injured and shouldn't make another move in the short term. You don't have to worry about anything. You injured Clark? Lawrence looked at Han Shua in disbelief and asked in shock. That's right, but you're wrong if you think my strength is greater than Clark's. It was pure luck that I was able to injure him. If I hadn't dodged in time, I definitely would have been killed by him. This person is truly difficult to deal with. Han Shua's face was grave as he said lowly. Lawrence didn't need Han Shua's reminder to understand how difficult it was to provoke Clark since he was more familiar with him. Although Han Shua didn't say anything about last night's battle, Lawrence could tell from Han Shua's expression that it must have been intense. No matter what methods Han Shua used to injure Clark, this meant that Han Shua wasn't a simple character. Therefore, Lawrence's opinion of Han Shua rose a few notches after hearing Han Shua's words. With my understanding of Clark, it won't be easy for us to find him when he's injured. Therefore, he must have returned to a safe place to recuperate at this time. We can only postpone our plan to kill him. Lawrence thought for a moment and slowly opened his mouth to speak. All right then, I just happen to have some matters to take care of, so we'll stop here for today. I'll come find you in about 10 days and we'll have a good chat then. Lawrence nodded in agreement after hearing Han Shua's words. Lawrence took a deep look at Han Shua before bidding farewell and leaving the place. Han Shua also carefully walked towards the back of the mountain. He planned on first going to the Cemetery of Death to raise the Earth Elite Zombie and then taking care of the Forest Trolls matters. Chapter 140. When he returned to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shua immediately took out the materials needed to refine the Earth Elite Zombie and placed them on top of the place of extreme Earth outside. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry to make his move. He first ran through the refinement method of the Earth Elite Zombie in his mind, thoroughly considering the steps and areas he needed to pay attention to before making his move. First, he found the place with the densest earth chi in the place of extreme earth. Han Shuo took out the demon's lair edge and dug out a corpse cave, using it as a place to store the zombies. All sorts of materials were placed precisely where they should be, according to the layout of the formation. Han Shuo's mind was fully focused, and he thought through everything clearly. He didn't hesitate to complete all the arrangements with high efficiency when the materials were in his hands. When a ball of black mud was placed in a concave area that Han Shuo had set up in the place of extreme earth, a faint breeze suddenly blew through the place of extreme earth. Suddenly, there seemed to be a faint breeze blowing in the place of extreme earth. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that it wasn't a breeze. Instead, it was some grayish-brown gas that was slowly gathering towards the corpse cave in the center from all directions of the place of extreme earth. The gathering of the earth essence was a sign that the formation was complete. When Han Shuo saw this situation suddenly occur, he couldn't help but smile and start summoning zombie warriors with necromancy incantations. 3 zombie warriors suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo under Han Shuo's summons. In principle, any zombie warrior had an extremely high chance of becoming an Earth Elite zombie with boundless power under the special arrangements of the place of extreme Earth. However, as the main material, zombie warriors, if they had better functions in all aspects, then their chances of becoming an Earth Elite zombie would naturally be higher. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo once again summoned 3 zombie warriors. When the 6 zombie warriors appeared, Han Shuo ordered them to attack each other. Han Shuo didn't know which zombie warrior was better. Therefore, this method of having them attack each other was the simplest and most effective method. His eyebrows furrowed, Han Shuo watched the 6 zombie warriors fight each other. After only a few minutes, Han Shuo immediately ordered them to stop. This was because Han Shuo had already set his eyes on the largest zombie warrior. Its fighting strength seemed to be a level higher. If he let them fight to the end, then this zombie warrior would certainly not be whole. This would obviously affect the refinement of the Earth Elite zombie. Everything was now in place. Han Shuo once again went through all the things he needed to pay attention to in his mind. He used his amazing eyesight to reflect everything in the place of extreme earth into his eyes. After ensuring that he hadn't missed any details, he finally gave the zombie warrior the order and slowly descended into the corpse cave. As soon as the zombie warrior entered the cave, its body was already covered by the essence of earth. The grayish-brown essence of earth flowed in a mysterious way and slowly seeped into every corner of the zombie warrior's skeleton. The zombie warrior seemed to be a bit uncomfortable in the beginning as its body trembled slightly. However, after the absorption of the essence of earth lasted for a while, the zombie warrior seemed to be enjoying it very much. With a faint smile, Han Shuo suddenly waved his hand. Colorful soil suddenly fell into the corpse cave, completely covering the zombie warrior in the blink of an eye. The cave was also flattened by the strange soil. However, the essence of earth had already slowly flowed into the corpse cave and seeped into the strange soil, continuing to bore into the zombie warrior's corpse. Han Shuo had already done what he needed to do. All he needed to do now was wait. Han Shuo only knew that the zombie warrior would only be able to become an Earth Elite zombie when all the essence of earth in this place of extreme earth had been absorbed and digested. However, Han Shuo wasn't too sure how long this process would take. Therefore, when he saw that the situation was on track, Han Shuo felt that there was no need to stay any longer. After exiting the cemetery of death, Han Shuo didn't delay his training of magical yuan and magic as he headed south of the dark forest. It was indeed a bit inconvenient without the surveillance of the original demons. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's 5 senses were extraordinary and he didn't encounter any major dangers along the way. Deep into the night, the snow-covered dark forest seemed to be draped in a layer of silver yarn. Under the illumination of the dim moonlight, the entire dark forest was enveloped in a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the thick branches of a towering tree, his entire body shivering. Clouds of thick, jet-black magical energy curled around Han Shuo's body, and the bright moonlight was completely unable to penetrate this layer of darkness. After Han Shuo had swallowed the last divine brain fruit, Han Shuo endured the immense pain as he forcefully endured the effects of the divine brain fruit, and finally reached the point of breaking through to the molded spirit realm. Along with the pain in his brain, the essence of blood slowly condensed in his lower abdomen, mixed with the magical energy and Han Shuo's thoughts and soul, gradually evolving into the embryonic form of a demon infant. Clouds of magical energy flowed out from Han Shuo's capillaries. The demon infant was the symbol of the true demon stage, and its existence meant that Han Shuo had broken through from the molded spirit realm. This stage was a watershed in the training of demonic magic. Only when the demon infant was formed would one truly be considered to have become a demon. Therefore, it was also the most dangerous moment. Maintaining this position, the magical yuan within Han Shuo's body flowed madly into the demon infant. The demon infant, which had originally been only the size of a thumb, absorbed Han Shuo's magical yuan and Han Shuo's essence of blood at the same time. Gradually, it grew larger and shone with a faint halo of light. In this manner, after 7 days, the demon infant was now the size of a fist. Just as Han Shuo's magical yuan was exhausted and his head was a bit dizzy, his body trembled and he fell from the tree, completely devoid of strength. Crying out in pain, Han Shuo was in a state of panic when he suddenly felt the demon infant, which had been absorbing the essence of blood and magical yuan, establish a mysterious connection with him. The magical yuan that had been continuously absorbed by the demon infant suddenly erupted like a mountain torrent, surging back into his limbs and bones. According to Han Shuo's will, the magical yuan that seemed to be affected by the demon infant seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Han Shuo himself also seemed to have been reborn. With a thought, the mystical glacial spell fire began to circulate. After the magical yuan was infused, 2 balls of flames, one red and one purple, soared into the sky, as if he was holding 2 oil lamps in his palms, appearing quite peculiar and mysterious. With a wave of his left and right hands, the 2 balls of flames, one red and one purple, suddenly flew out and landed on 2 small trees. One of the small trees was charred and emitted thick smoke, while the other froze in an instant, breaking into several pieces with a crack and falling to the ground. Now in the true demon realm, Han Shuo could finally skillfully control the mystical glacial spell fire. He could form the purple and red spell fire in his palms, and could even leave his hands to attack. This was the wondrous effect of the magical yuan's qualitative change. The demon's lair edge tore through the air, its shrill howl enchanting and soul-stealing. Some of the surrounding trees and hills were broken and exploded under the demon's lair edge's piercing. By the time the demon's lair edge made a circle in the air and returned to Han Shuo's hands, the surroundings had already become a scene of devastation, like the aftermath of a great battle. Now, he could once again refine the Yin demons, which were a level higher than the original demons. With the demon infant's effects, Han Shuo only needed to practice the art of the demonic ninth heavens to truly be able to fly through the air, and travel 1,000 miles in a day would be as easy as turning over his hand. Last time when he'd faced Clark, Han Shuo had been on the defensive from beginning to end. However, Han Shuo had already reached the true demon realm. If he were to face Clark again, Han Shuo was confident that he would be able to contend against Clark. He wouldn't be able to only dodge and evade like before. Han Shuo then continued to practice the art of the demonic ninth heavens, as he headed deeper into the southern part of the dark forest. 2 days later, Han Shuo finally appeared outside the forest troll's village. Looking into the distance, Han Shuo saw traces of battle outside the village where the forest troll lived. Some large trees had collapsed, arrows had been fired, and some broken weapons. All of this indicated that the forest troll must have experienced a battle before this. Han Shuo didn't need to think too much to be certain that the battle between the forest troll and the elves had already begun. Han Shuo circled the area and didn't find any traces of the elves. He didn't know if the battle between the two sides had ended. After summoning Little Skull, Han Shuo and Little Skull slowly walked towards the village where the forest troll lived. When they arrived outside, a few forest troll warriors walked out in full armor. When the forest troll warriors saw that it was Han Shuo and Little Skull, They all cheered at the same time, loudly shouting, "Dadera," and solemnly brought Han Shuo and Little Skull into the village. Along the way, Han Shuo saw that the forest troll and the surroundings were all holding weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any moment. Even the troll women and elders far away from the village were holding weapons and preparing food. After paying attention, Han Shuo discovered that the number of forest troll in the village was even greater than the last time he'd left. After a rough estimate, there were at least 800 adult forest troll in the entire village that could fight. Compared to the last time Han Shuo had come, there were 300 more. However, the forest trolls' weapons and equipment were obviously insufficient. The forest trolls at the back were only wielding coarse wooden sticks and even rocks, as well as some rusty iron weapons. Some of them had even begun to munch on tree bark and weeds. It appeared that they were already running low on food. Chapter 141. Han Shuo's arrival was met with unanimous cheers from the forest troll. The old priest trembled as he walked over and immediately knelt down, crying out with tears in his eyes, "Goddess Dadera and her emissary, you've finally returned." Taking in the situation around him, Han Shuo suddenly had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, these forest troll were the greediest of plunderers and Han Shuo should loathe them. But now that he saw these forest troll treat him as a divine emissary and listen to all of his orders, Han Shuo suddenly felt that they weren't so detestable after all. Plundering was the nature of this race. According to the rules of survival of the fittest in the dark forest, their actions were acceptable. Just like how some large magical creatures had a natural instinct to hunt down lower-level magical creatures to eat, the forest troll did the same. All the forest troll, young and old, were looking at him anxiously as he looked around. Their gazes were the most devout trust of a religious disciple, as if they could die and live without a second thought with just one command from him. This kind of feeling made Han Shuo feel a bit peculiar. "Don't worry, your goddess Dadera will never abandon you." Looking around, Han Shuo was silent for a while and then spoke in a low, solemn voice. The old priest translated with tears brimming in his eyes. All of the forest trolls raised their empty sacks and cheered loudly. It seemed that Han Shuo's one promise was enough to make them forget all of their predicament. He took out sack after sack of rations from his space ring and piled them on the stone ground that had been cleared of snow. All kinds of thick cotton clothing and daily necessities appeared in front of the forest troll, causing the forest troll, who'd endured the hardships of winter, to dance with joy. "These things have all been prepared for you this winter. The rations in these warehouses are enough for you to safely survive this winter without raiding. Goddess Dadera has gone out to gather these things for her people." Han Shuo's low voice rang out melodiously throughout the entire forest troll village. All the forest troll knelt down under the old priest's tearful lead. The troll leader then commanded his men to carry the rations and daily necessities back to the cave behind the village under the old priest's orders. Han Shuo followed behind the old priest and came to the newly refurbished temple in the village. Not only was there a little skull, but even a statue of Han Shuo had been erected. This made Han Shuo feel even more peculiar. It was as if he'd truly become their protector. "When I came in just now, I saw traces of fighting outside the village. Did those annoying elves start a war again?" After entering with Little Skull, Han Shuo gave an order. Little Skull sat at the head of the table, and Han Shuo sat down beside Little Skull. He looked at the old priest and asked. "Reporting to the oracle, it is indeed those annoying elves who have come to start a war again. But don't worry, oracle, your brave people will never let the elves have their way. Under the radiance of Goddess Dadera, the elves will definitely retreat pathetically once again." The old priest's face blossomed with divine light as he shouted confidently. Waving his hand, Han Shuo stopped the old priest from continuing his bragging. He thought for a moment and said, "The rations and daily necessities we've brought this time should be enough for you all to use for the entire winter. If there are merchants who want to trade for those weird things from you, you can trade with them. Also, don't go out and plunder for the time being without my orders. If we're going to do something, we'll do it in large numbers. Goddess Dadera will find a target and notify you, so you don't have to worry about not having any work to do. Also, how many elves have come this time, and when did they start fighting with you? Tell me everything in detail. Under Han Shua's orders, the old priest didn't ask why and agreed to Han Shua's requests. He immediately ordered a forest troll warrior beside him to inform the troll leader of Han Shua's 2 requests. The old priest then explained the battle with the elves in detail to Han Shua. From the old priest's words, Han Shua knew that the elves would always have a great battle with the forest troll every winter. This was because it was only at this time that the forest troll's rations, daily necessities, and weapons could not be guaranteed. This was also the time when the forest troll's battle strength was at its lowest. This time, the elves were the same as previous years, taking advantage of the fact that the forest troll couldn't plunder in the cold of winter to launch an attack. However, the elves were inferior to the forest troll in numbers and couldn't gain the absolute upper hand every time. They just launched a probing attack before hiding away to discuss their next step. From the old priest's words, Han Shua knew that the forest troll had many tribes of various sizes within the dark forest. Due to the duty of protecting the Great Dadera's sacred ground and the fact that there were over 500 forest troll warriors in this tribe, the old priest's forest troll tribe had a certain degree of restraint over the other forest troll races in the dark forest. Now that Little Skull and Han Shua had appeared, the old priest used the name of Little Skull and Han Shua to issue an order and gather all the forest trolls scattered throughout the dark forest, intending to teach the elves a painful lesson. Because the Great Dadera's sacred ground was the goddess of the forest troll, the influence of Little Skull's appearance was immeasurable. Therefore, over 300 forest troll from 4 small tribes had rushed over in just 10 days, intending to worship the radiance of Little Skull. According to the old priest's words, the forest troll of each tribe in the dark forest would gather together in a short amount of time. When that time came, not only would the elves' attack be difficult to achieve the desired results, they might even suffer great losses. Han Shua had originally been worried that the elves would slaughter more than half of the forest troll. He hadn't thought that because of Little Skull's rallying power, the forest trolls scattered throughout the dark forest, who had never interacted with each other, would all rush over as if on a pilgrimage. From the old priest's words, Han Shua knew that when these forest troll all gathered together, their numbers would be no less than 2,000. There seemed to only be a few hundred elves in the dark forest. Although they had a few sharpshooters and mages, it was very likely that they would lose everything when faced with the forest troll, who outnumbered them several times over. Rubbing his head, Han Shua felt a bit of a headache. He thought for a moment and said, "It looks like the elves should be the ones worried this time. It's said that the elves are quite wealthy. I think we should rob them all." "What does the messenger mean?" the old priest started and asked in confusion. "Do you know where the elves live in the dark forest?" Han Shua thought for a moment and asked. The old priest started and furrowed his brow in thought. He finally said, "We know the general location, but we've never gone in." Nodding, Han Shua smiled and said, "Then that's good. When the forest troll of the other tribes come over, they'll stay behind and hold the elves back. Our tribe will head to where the elves live and take advantage of this opportunity to rob the elves' homes. But messenger, why don't we stay behind and gather with our brothers from the other tribes to kill all the elven warriors together? These elves are truly despicable. They'll always cause trouble and endlessly sabotage our operations. They'll even take advantage of the winter to start battles with us every year. Many of our tribesmen have been killed by the elves in recent years." The old priest started and finally didn't blindly listen to Han Shua's suggestion for the first time. Instead, he asked in confusion. "It's the nature of us forest troll to rob, not kill. In addition, the elves in the dark forest aren't the entirety of this tribe. If we kill all the elves here, it'll bring us even more trouble. There's no need for this." To Han Shua, there was indeed no need for the forest troll and the elves to fight to the death. In addition, Han Shua didn't want to kill all the elves either. What Han Shua needed now was wealth. He needed large amounts of money to support his training in magical yuan and magic. This was why he'd made this suggestion. Although he still didn't quite understand, the old priest didn't continue to speak. After a few more days, more forest trolls rushed over from all directions one after another. After Han Shua and Little Skull received a tidal wave of cheers and devout worship, a portion of the foreign forest trolls stayed behind to face off against the original elves. Han Shua, Little Skull, and the 500 forest troll from the old priest's tribe headed towards the village where the elves lived. In the frigid winter, the 500 forest trolls carried enough rations, thick cotton clothing, and sharp weapons in their hands as they headed deeper into the dark forest. Chapter 142. The depths of winter had arrived, and the frigid winds howled harshly, bringing with it a flurry of snowflakes. The bone-chilling cold made the forest troll, who had lived in the dark forest for a long time, feel their hands and feet turn icy cold. It was a good thing that Han Shua had brought enough rations and thick clothing with him this time. Otherwise, this harsh winter would have been a disaster for the forest troll. Han Shua and the forest troll ventured deeper into the dark forest over the next few days. They didn't head south this time, but headed west from the start. Han Shua had the forest troll build a simple palanquin over these few days, and he silently trained in the art of the demonic ninth heavens. The art of the demonic ninth heavens required magical yuan to be infused into the meridians of the hands and feet, and then used a special method to activate the magical yuan to fly into the sky. After the foundation training of the 3 levels of the solid, open, and molded spirit demonic arts, Han Shua, who had now reached the true demon realm, was much faster in training the art of the demonic ninth heavens than when he'd first trained the mystical glacial spell fire. Because his meridians had already been expanded and strengthened, Han Shua didn't feel the slightest hindrance when he followed the path of the art of the demonic ninth heavens. In the following days, Han Shua didn't continue to stay in the palanquin. He found a random excuse to stay in the back and secretly tried flying with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Knowing how to use it was one thing, but there were still a few tricks to truly fly in the air. Han Shua tried many times, but was only able to rise into the air. He still wasn't proficient enough in controlling the direction, and fell from the sky many times. On this day, the heavy snow stopped wreaking havoc on the land, and the forest troll also stopped in front of a mountain valley. Han Shua, who was still trying to quickly finish training the art of the demonic ninth heavens, immediately stopped training when he discovered that the forest troll had suddenly stopped and quickly rushed to the front from the back. Emissary, that mountain valley should be where the elves live. A long time ago, our 2 children saw a large number of elves in the vicinity. When Han Shua walked in front of the old priest, he pointed at the snow-covered valley and explained to Han Shua respectfully. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Unfortunately, because of the snow covering the trees and ground, Han Shua could not see what was in the distance. Han Shua chanted a mysterious magic incantation in a low voice. Then, an oily green halo flew out from Han Shua and headed towards the snow-covered mountain Tanai. Life Detection was a mid-rank necromancy spell, and one that Han Shua had only recently mastered. Life Detection was a spell that did not have any attack function. As the name suggested, it was only used to search for life. It was useful in unknown environments. As soon as the spell was deployed, Han Shua squinted his eyes to feel. Where the Life Detection spell passed, Han Shua did not feel any traces of life. When the spell circled the outskirts of the mountain valley once, it disappeared without a trace due to the exhaustion of mental strength. There are no traces of life in the mountain valley, but we can go in and take a look. If the elves really live here, they must have left some clues on the trees. If we can find the houses that the elves live in here, then that would be the best. Han Shua thought for a moment and instructed the old priest. Han Shua and the forest troll warriors were in front, and the troll hunters and priests were behind them. They cautiously and slowly made their way into the depths of the mountain valley. Their feet made crunching sounds as they stepped on the snow. When the troll warriors in front of them entered the mountain valley, they waved the weapons in their hands and shoveled away the snow on the surrounding trees. They kicked the snow on the ground with force, wanting to see if there were any clues left behind. A cry of surprise came from a young forest troll. When Han Shua's ears caught the cry of surprise, his body shot in that direction like lightning. But when Han Shua stood at the source of the sound, he suddenly discovered that the forest troll that had just cried out had disappeared. Furrowing his brow, Han Shua listened attentively to the movements in his surroundings. He then walked a few circles on the snowy ground and finally stood on a messy patch of snow. He suddenly stomped down with force. With a plop, Han Shua's body suddenly dropped down and landed in a pitch-black hole in the span of a breath. The young forest troll's cry of surprise came from a remote corner not far away. In the pitch-black hole, it was very ear-piercing. Han Shua's body had long since adapted to the darkness. He rolled his eyes and Han Shua discovered that the cave he was in led to somewhere underground. After careful observation, Han Shua discovered that the cave entrance was very wide, and there were traces of footsteps as it extended downwards. Could it be that the elves who worshipped the goddess of nature and loved the forest had all come to live underground? Han Shua was a little confused. After a momentary daze, he activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens, and his body slowly rose into the air. When he landed, he clenched his fist and punched out, destroying the snow that covered his head. The forest troll that had fallen carelessly cried out in surprise for a while. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and he groped his way up. A strange whistling sound suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Han Shua's heart jumped, and he once again released the life detection spell, targeting the source of the sound deep underground. As soon as the life detection spell was released, Han Shua sensed an enormous amount of traces of life. He was immediately startled and abruptly rushed out of the cave, raising his head and letting out a shrill howl. The old priest heard Han Shua's cry and approached from afar inquiringly. In the process, the forest troll that had fallen down also climbed out from the hole. The troll warriors that had been scouting the situation in the surroundings all rushed over with their weapons in hand. After clearing away the snow at the entrance of the hole, a deep hole that could fit 3 or 4 people side by side was revealed. A few arrows whistled through the air at high speed, startling the forest trolls who'd craned their necks to see what was going on. The old priest was furious, and was about to give the order to attack the life in the hole, but Han Shua extended a hand to stop him. The elves loved nature, and probably wouldn't live in the dark underground. Han Shua was a bit curious as to what kind of people were down there, so he didn't let the forest troll attack immediately. With a few whooshes, a few figures shot out from the hole. Sharp ears and handsome looks were the unique characteristics of the elves, but these elves had black and dark purple skin and silver white hair, which made them seem so different. "It's the dark elves!" The old priest cried out in surprise when he saw these strange elves appear. With the old priest's shout, Han Shua finally reacted. As elves, they had abandoned peace and nature, and their faith in the goddess of nature, and instead worshipped the Queen of Darkness, Rose. They had lived in the dark underground for a long time, and their skin had turned black and dark purple. They had evil personalities, and they burned, killed, and plundered everywhere. They existed as a matriarchal family, with females as the main leaders. In the underground world, they were the same as the forest troll, an evil race that was full of evil deeds. As the first few dark elves rushed out, more dark elves slowly surged out. After they appeared, they first guarded the hole, holding weapons in their hands as they stared unkindly at Han Shua and the forest troll. Han Shua waved his hand, indicating that the old priest shouldn't act rashly for the time being. He slowly spread out towards the back, but kept his weapons pointed at the dark elves that were gradually appearing, guarding against any sudden attacks. Each of the beautiful and revealing female dark elves had an impressive figure. Even in the cold winter season, they didn't seem willing to cover up their skin. Although their dark purple skin was strange, it had another kind of magical attraction. After a while, a coquettish dark elf noblewoman also walked out. She wore a soft fur coat that faintly revealed her beautiful legs and voluptuous breasts. This beautiful dark elf madam looked at the forest troll around her in surprise after walking out of the cave. She smiled coquettishly and asked in the common language, "So it's the brave troll friends. Why have you come here?" The old priest naturally knew that he'd found the wrong person at this time. As a sage of the forest troll, the old priest's knowledge was extraordinary, and he naturally understood that these evil dark elves weren't good people either. He snorted lightly and responded, "Our children have discovered traces of large numbers of elves nearby. Because we forest troll have an irreconcilable grudge with the elves, we've come to destroy these elves." The coquettish madam's attitude became much better after these words were spoken. She nodded and said, "We also have an irreconcilable grudge with them who live above ground. Every once in a while, the surface elves will come here and try to enter the underground world to attack us. The large number of elves you've discovered must be coming here to start a war with us. Haha, I've long since heard of the godly bravery of you trolls above ground. It looks like we have a common enemy." The old priest fell silent after her words and then turned to ask Han Shuo respectfully, "Emissary, what should we do next?" Han Shuo wanted to rob these dark elves, but he didn't know just how many of them there were, nor did he know how strong their fighting strength was. Therefore, he pondered inwardly. The coquettish dark elf madam was quite surprised at the old priest's question towards Han Shuo. Although Han Shuo was wearing a black robe that concealed his entire body, his build was noticeably smaller than that of the forest troll. It was obvious that they weren't of the same race. The old priest's respectful attitude naturally surprised the beautiful madam. "Brave friends, our family is currently facing an attack from a dark dragon. If you're willing to lend a helping hand, we can offer a cart of gold and jewels as our greatest thanks. If you can kill that dark dragon, everything he has will belong to you." The dark elf madam suddenly opened her mouth at this moment when she saw Han Shuo standing there silently. Han Shuo started. He hadn't thought that the dark elves of this family would be facing an attack from a dark dragon. As an evil dragon, dark dragons also liked to live in the dark underground world. It was indeed very unlucky for the dark elves to run into a dark dragon. Frowning, Han Shuo thought for a bit and felt that this dark elf's proposal was a bit tempting. Although the dark dragon's strength was extraordinary, it shouldn't be impossible to kill him with the dark elves of this family and the power of 500 forest troll. Every single dragon had a treasure that made people tremble. Hence, the benefits obtained after killing a dragon were irresistible to everyone. Let's take a look at the underground world first. If we can deal with that dark dragon, we'll agree to your proposal. Han Shuo thought for a bit and said, "I dare guarantee that with the help of your 500 brave troll friends, that dark dragon will die without a doubt. I'm Dana, welcome to the underground world with us." The beautiful dark elf madam said happily and then instructed the dark elves. The dark elves who had just rushed out of the cave re-entered the cave one by one under Dana's orders. Finally, Dana lifted her hips and walked down, beckoning to Han Shuo and the old priest. Following behind them into the underground world, they could take the opportunity to retreat if anything went wrong. Therefore, when he saw the dark elves go down first and Dana stay behind to take care of them, Han Shuo felt that there shouldn't be any danger and nodded to the old priest. With Han Shuo and the old priest in front and Little Skull in the middle, the 500 forest troll descended from the cave entrance one after another and walked towards the underground world where the dark elves lived. The deeper they went, the wider the cave entrance became. There were even some reddish-brown stones growing in the depths, emitting a faint light and making the underground world less dark. Chapter 143. The group walked underground for a long time, and Han Shuo discovered that the cave entrance was getting wider and wider. Later on, there were all sorts of complicated paths that led in all directions. At this moment, Han Shuo focused his attention and took a look at his surroundings, memorizing the path they had taken to come here in order to prevent himself from being unable to find the way back when he returned. When their footsteps slowed down and Dana led Han Shuo and the others to walk on foot, Han Shuo lifted his head and saw that the glowing reddish-brown rocks hung high above, just like the sunset glow on the ground. At a glance, apart from the fact that the sky above was shrouded in dark brown rocks, the scenery around them wasn't much different from the world above. It was just that it wasn't as cold as above, and the world below seemed to be a bit warmer. There are also a few races living in the underground world. Apart from us dark elves, there are also goblins, dwarves, lizard men, and other races. There are also super magical creatures with astonishing destructive power like the dark dragon. Although there are some differences between the underground world and the world above, the overall difference isn't that great. Dana explained with a dainty smile when she saw that Han Shuo and the old priest were looking excitedly in all directions. Her charming eyes seemed to be gazing at Han Shuo affectionately. Dark elves were naturally lascivious, and the female elves were even more so. As the matriarch of the dark elf family, Dana was naturally no exception. Han Shuo understood the meaning behind her gaze with a single glance. Why did that dark dragon attack your family, and where does he live? Han Shuo didn't pay any attention to Dana's gaze and asked her about business with a frown. We didn't have any disputes with the dark dragon, but the lizard men used some unknown method to bribe the dark dragon to attack us. Recently, our family has been fighting over a piece of fertile land with the lizard men, and a few battles have occurred in between. The lizard men found this dark dragon from who knows where after they were defeated. Dana's face was a bit distressed when Han Shuo brought up serious matters. She sighed deeply as she spoke. How many people did you send to deal with the dark dragon? What methods does he have? Will we be of any use with our help? Han Shuo continued to ask. Our family has over 300 dark elf warriors and has already fought the dark dragon once. The dark dragon's body is very sturdy, with only its head and neck being a bit weaker. It can spit out corrosive dragon breath, and can also spit out flames that seem to be mixed with magma. We used magic and arrows to attack it from afar. We've lost over 20 dark elves during this time, but we've also successfully wounded it. It's now hiding in a swamp to recuperate. If you add 500 forest troll warriors, I'm certain we can kill it. Dana answered confidently in response to Han Shuo's question. Han Shuo didn't speak again afterwards. Dark elves continuously gathered along the way, and when they finally arrived at a dark, muddy swamp, the originally few dozen dark elves had already increased to over 300. Pay up first, we've decided to help you. Han Shuo thought for a moment and suddenly said lowly. Dana was quite straightforward as she nodded with a smile. Several male dark elves pushed 2 carts in front of Han Shuo and lifted the gray cloth covering the carts, revealing a cart full of glittering gold and some jewels that sparkled with the light of jewels and jewels. Han Shuo's eyes lit up and he silently looked over the rewards. He inwardly calculated and was certain that this cart of gold and jewels was absolutely worth tens of thousands of gold coins. He hadn't thought that these dark elves would be so rich. Han Shuo thought inwardly and walked in front of the cart of gold and jewels. He used his space ring to unceremoniously store the items in the 2 carts. Han Shuo discreetly observed Dana's reaction as he did this. Han Shuo suddenly detected a trace of coldness and mockery in Dana's eyes. After reaching the true demon realm, not only had Han Shuo's 5 senses become more profound, but even his senses had become even more mysterious. Han Shuo could miraculously sense some very minute things. Just like the expression that had flashed through Dana's eyes just now, Han Shuo hadn't even paid attention to it, but he'd miraculously grasped this detail unwittingly. His thoughts moved, Han Shuo maintained his bent posture and put away the items in the 2 carts. He silently pondered the meaning of the coldness and mockery in Dana's eyes just now. His heart immediately became a bit more vigilant, and he even more inwardly calculated a few things. Alright, I've put the items away. What should we do next? Lifting his head, Han Shuo looked at the swamp as he spoke to Dana. Our race doesn't have sturdy warriors, only long-range archers and mages. I'd like to have you troll warriors take the front, and then us dark elves will use archers and magic to attack from the back. Dana said matter-of-factly. Shaking his head, Han Shuo flatly refused. No, the dark dragons are just as sturdy. Our people will be throwing their lives away if we stand at the front. If you insist on this, there's no way we can do business. If the forest troll took the front, the dark dragons would be unfathomably dangerous, and the dark elves with ill intentions would be at the back. In this way, the forest troll would be attacked from both front and back, and would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. Even if Han Shua hadn't discovered Dana's evil intentions, he still wouldn't have agreed to this suggestion. Not to mention that Han Shua felt that Dana had other plans, so he naturally wouldn't allow this kind of situation to occur. Dana's smiling face darkened when Han Shua's words of refusal left her mouth. She then said to Han Shua with a bit of anger, "Someone has to take the front. Do you want us weak tribesmen to throw our lives away? We've paid you 2 carts of gold and jewels. Don't worry, isn't it just looking for cannon fodder to throw their lives away? Leave this to me. As long as you're responsible for luring the dark dragons out of the swamp, I'll take care of the cannon fodder. That should be fine, right?" Han Shua's voice was equally dark as he responded. A magical incantation was chanted as soon as Han Shua's words had ended, and a zombie warrior appeared out of thin air. Following Han Shua's repeated chants, even more zombie warriors and skeletal warriors, as well as some ghouls, appeared in front of Dana, forming a wall of flesh. "So you're a necromancer?" Dana nodded, but because Han Shua had only summoned zombie warriors and skeletal warriors, Dana looked at Han Shua with a bit of disdain. Han Shua didn't mind Dana's gaze at all and asked, "How about it? Can you make your move now?" "Yes, wait for me to make the arrangements. As soon as the dark dragon leaves the swamp, you summon your creatures to take it. Your troll warriors will attack from afar with us and don't give the dark dragon any chance to breathe or speak. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome later on." Dana nodded in agreement and retreated to the side of the dark elves. She used her eyes to observe the movements of Han Shua and the others as she whispered in hushed tones. Han Shua's extraordinary ears were also put to use at this moment. After focusing his attention, Han Shua could clearly hear the contents of Dana's words. When Han Shua discovered that Dana was discussing the details of how to deal with the forest troll, he couldn't help but laugh coldly to himself. Waving his hand to call the old priest over, Han Shua moved closer to the old priest and gave a few instructions in a low voice. The old priest's expression was one of fright at first, but he reacted afterwards. He listened to Han Shua's words with a calm expression and then left to instruct the troll leader, telling him to act according to Han Shua's instructions. A young dark elf girl walked naked towards the swamp, singing melodiously as she walked. Her naked body was curvaceous in all the right places, and her dark purple skin was smooth and clean. Her butt was full and erect from the back, and her back was smooth and moving. Her entire being was filled with a bewitching beauty. Her beautiful voice sang out from her mouth, causing Han Shua's heart to run wild. When she walked to the edge of the swamp, her cute toes stepped on the soft black mud. She playfully kicked the mud, making a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft. The center of the calm swamp suddenly caved in and formed an enormous whirlpool. The whirlpool fiercely pulled in the surrounding mud. The naked dark elf girl was startled and hurriedly dodged away in a panic, avoiding the pull of the whirlpool. The whirlpool that had been in the center slowly changed its position and quickly shifted towards the girl. Just as it was about to reach the edge of the swamp, an enormous crashing sound rang out from the whirlpool as a pitch-black dragon head abruptly poked out. Its red eyes were like 2 lanterns, and its back and sharp claws were revealed. Its body snaked to the rear of the swamp for more than 10 meters, and its body was very large. This was the first time Han Shua had seen a dragon up close, and he was indescribably shocked. "Girl, play with me, don't run away." After the dark dragon came out, it opened its mouth and began to tease, swaying its enormous body as it chased after the dark elf girl. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.